is that the human race has always believed it's known everything. Even the cavemen thought they had it all figured out, and they knew everything there was to know about everything, because that's where mythology came from. It's constructing some kind of context for the unknown.
It's so dense. Every single image has so many things going on.
It's irresistible. He's certainly the coolest, most rock and roll looking god that I have ever seen.
I would have waited an eternity for this.
Dark greetings and welcome to Superliterary Encounters, episode 17. Today we'll be talking about one chapter and one chapter only. Originally, we were supposed to be talking about this chapter last time, but when we started charting it, we realized that there was so much, it's so dense, that it could not only be one, it could not be fit in the last episode. It required its own episode, because today we'll be covering not just Tales of the Jedi, not just KOTOR 1 and 2, not just SWTOR, but the new Sith Wars as well. Thousands of years of galactic history brought to you in hopefully a few hours. All right, let's get started. Why don't we go around the table and we'll start with Al this time. What did you think about Chapter 78, Scions of Amnesia?
So a little bit uneven, but it had the most important thing, the most valuable paragraph, or like 2 or 3 paragraphs in the whole book. The thing that made the book for me. I know I've said this at least once or twice, but this is the real one. This is the all-time most important section from the book thus far. So,
Wow! I can't wait to. I don't even think we talked about this beforehand. So I'm really excited to hear what you're talking about. I like the Knights of the Old Republic shirt, by the way. Very cool.
Anyone who's heard me talk for any amount of time can probably guess what it is, but we'll get there. We're saving.
And we have Maxilla, very cool hair. Why don't you show us the side?
Yeah,
there you go, Bastila.
Bastila's hair as best as I could, with the 2 ponytails in the back and then the high ponytail. And I have my lightsaber as well.
That's right. We'll be expecting you to bust that out anytime any Scandits attack us while we're trying to stream.
It looks a little off yellow, but I promise you it's very yellow in real life.
It looks yellow to me.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
But
go tell us what you thought.
Chapter 78 is incredible. It's definitely one of the most controversial of this
Indeed
book, but there's a lot of great stuff in here that I really, really loved, and I have so many notes on it. Lots of cool stuff, lots of cool revelations, lots of interesting revelations, and just some really fascinating things in here.
Yeah, I agree with you. Chapter 78, I didn't know how I would feel about before we got to it, because some of the first things I learned about the book that started circulating around the internet were in this very chapter itself. It seems like someone might have like Control F searched and looked up some terms and found out the answers to certain things and then just blasted them for everybody to learn about. So I had foreknowledge, but much like our tragic heroes in any stories, that foreknowledge did not help me at all. Didn't prepare me for the actual thing. But I got to say, I really enjoyed this chapter, and there's a lot to unpack here. And so I think we can probably get right into it. Just one minor note. Ken is probably not going to be joining us tonight. He is under the weather, but sends his regards. And he would have been called Exar Ken had he been here. That was the original plan.
Yeah, indeed.
All right. Let's see. We got some comments. Oh, yeah. Hello. Harry, good to see you.
How you doing?
79. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Maybe we'll need another stream just on that chapter alone.
Oh, no.
Just drag this thing out. Stream a chapter.
Hey, that's how it goes sometimes.
Before we get started, just a quick shout out that the Amazon copies of Supernatural Encounters are currently available.
That's right.
In a trio of paperbacks. as you can see.
Uh,
So
you can't. I'm being swallowed up.
they are
These are out of
magnificent.
order.
There you go.
Anyway,
So
they're in a certain
now,
order.
Hello,
Hey.
Eddie. Good to see you, man.
hello, Eddie. Hello.
Yeah. Eddie put out a really, really cool video today on Mist Encounters, the short story from Timothy Zahn. So you should go check out his channel and watch it. I watched it earlier while I was making dinner, and it was delightful.
Good
Good to
stuff.
see you, man. Thanks for dropping in. So we can get right into it. And the first question I had for you all was, why do you think it's called Scions of Amnesia, this chapter? Have you given that any thought?
Yeah,
I
thought about
there is one.
Yeah, that's what I thought was immediately Revan because of his amnesia. So
However, that's just one guy. So we have to think about that a little bit more.
I think it also might apply to Darth Ruin as well.
Yes.
Good.
I
Let's do
actually like on a more meta on a more meta scale, like looking at the narrative on a meta scale, I was thinking like maybe Scions of Amnesia somewhat refers to the fact that there are some pretty big retcons in this chapter, but also the Old Republic era itself is a pretty big retconned era, right? Like you have what's happened in KOTOR 1 and 2, and then you have a lot of that stuff kind of retconned by SWTOR. You have some stuff from Tales of the Jedi retcon later on, right? So it's like Scions of Amnesia. It's like we're remembering the true events of what occurred during this time period, right?
True.
So that's sort of what I thought when I thought of the title. But I don't know if anyone else had any divine inspiration.
I just defaulted to dumb answer. I just said this guy. These people. It's all the same guy. I have props tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I am a monster. I am a menace. I don't have any of the props I want, but I do have some. I got him too.
I've just got this, and I've got Bastila behind me right here. That's all I got.
Oh man! Oh, that is so cool. Look at that.
Oh,
Sent me a heart.
that's awesome.
Yes.
Nice.
So Eddie says, haven't delved into Supernatural Encounters yet, but recently Joe Bongiorno sent me a hardcover copy. Joe, if you're watching this, thank you so much again. Forever grateful. Yeah, Eddie, not to bring up the past, but lost his collection in a fire, and the community has banded together and helped him rebuild it, and he's in the process of rebuilding it now. And I think if maybe actually what I'll do is I'll put if the Kickstarter is still up, not Kickstarter, GoFundMe is still up, I think. I will put it in the description of this video, and you can go take a look and throw a couple dollars his way so that he can buy a new Star Wars book and help rebuild his collection. But that is awesome. Hopefully you get to it soon, and I'm sure Joe will eventually hear that you thanked him for that. That's just incredibly generous.
That's very awesome.
So chapter 78 starts in my copy on page 833. It sounds so crazy to say that, 833.
I know. And before
We're so
this,
far past the longest book I've ever read. It's crazy.
Really? Okay. Yeah.
before the stream started, I was just reading the birth of like the ancient ones, and like like now and Typha Gem and all them, and I was
Right.
It feels like forever ago. And now look at us. My goodness.
I know. If it weren't for Brennan's
Oh.
breakdowns, I would forget what happened in the first few chapters of this book. But I've been reading his breakdowns on YouTube, and it's been reminded me of the Soracle's Council and Jan Zatek and all those cool
God.
characters. Yeah,
Those mortal qualms. No way.
I know. It seems so petty now in retrospect, knowing what we know. So we're told right off the bat that the diminished vestiges of the Sith that had survived the Great Hyperspace War were beset by an unending barrage of setbacks and problems of their own making. One comment that I had last stream was that they never really, Supernatural Encounters never really mentions the supposed so-called genocide against the Sith species in the Stygian caldera, but it does actually, in fact, indirectly refer to it here.
Ah.
And we're told basically that it would be Darth Vitiate in the next chapter who would bring order out of chaos, allowing 12 surviving claimants to keep their elevated titles so long as they remain subordinate to him. As the prophesied Sith Ari. Is that how you pronounce it? Sith Ari?
It's you know, SWTOR, SWTOR. I mean,
Okay.
I think it's like the Han Han thing, you know.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. In 4980 BBY, this Dark Council was crafted on Droman Kos. So, I mean, that's like 20 years after the Great Hyperspace War ends, right?
Yeah.
Said to be a descendant of Starcrow the Wise and a member of the Shadow Council, Vitiate was one of the rare few able to extend the bourne of sapient life by means of consensual integration with one of the outer gods.
That's so crazy that Starcrow keeps popping up, you know? Like he's a constant name.
Yeah.
Like, you know, that's crazy.
What do you think this means, though? By means of consensual integration with one of the outer gods, do you think that means that he allows himself to be possessed?
Probably. That's what
I think that I sort of read that as have you guys seen the 1992 Dracula?
No.
Oh, of course. You mean like Bram Stoker's Dracula, the one with Keanu Reeves?
By,
Yeah, of course.
Yes. Yeah. Great version of the great adaptation. Well, I mean,
that's right. Yeah.
Anyway, it's a great movie. I'll put any adaptation things aside. I kind of imagined it how in the beginning of that movie, Dracula, like, instead of being bitten by a vampire, he like swears an oath to Satan to be, you know, his avatar on Earth or whatever. I kind of viewed it as that. However, him being possessed makes a little bit more sense given what we see of Vitiate.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a second equally fair interpretation of what's going on, right? I think that either way, he's consorting with the dark powers from beyond the veil. So, one other thought I had, isn't it that Vitiate's eyes are described as being black, like his pupils are black?
Yes, I remember that from the Revan novel very distinctly.
Well, one hallmark of demonic possession is black eyes, right? Anyways, that's just one of the things that I thought about.
That's kind of neat.
Yeah. We have the Starcrow drinking game. What are the rules, Darth Sidious?
Sidious.
Every time Starcrow.
Darth Sidious, we're gonna need you a little bit here.
We have Chaos Man.
Darth Sidious stuff for Darth Vitiate.
Let's see here. I'm just going to read this comment. We have Chaos Man saying, it makes sense that Vitiate was descended from Starcrow, given his strong connection to the dark side, even as a child, and his eyes were described pitch black. Yeah. In the Revan novel, it said that Vitiate was born with black eyes and animals avoiding him. I mean, another thing that's a hallmark of demonic possession is animals avoiding that person.
Isn't that in The Omen, the movie from the 70s?
Yeah, in several, like, not just in The Omen, but like in a ton of things, right?
What's everyone's opinions on Vitiate before we get just? He comes off a lot.
I don't love the idea of the Sith Emperor personally.
So I was literally just talking about this with a follower of mine who had asked me, like, because he does like a lot of versus things on his Instagram channel, and he was like, oh, like Jason Solo and like Legacy of the Force versus like Vitiate. And I was like, well, I mean, if you're asking me, it's gonna be kind of biased towards Jason because I think Vitiate's overrated as hell. So that was me.
You know what? I think sorry, go ahead, Al, you first, and then I'll tell you.
No.
Okay. I was gonna say that I think when Vitiate was initially introduced, I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. There's like a puppet master behind the curtain, and you know, like, it makes sense that someone was pulling the strings and stuff like that. So I wasn't overly fussed about it. But then, spoilers, in SWTOR, they just keep bringing him back, and it seems like he's finally dead now for good. But like, then they brought him back as Valkorian, which I played through those expansions, and I still don't really understand that, like the timeline with that. And I just thought that was kind of weird, like having like Vitiate be Valkorian, be Tenebrae, and then Tenebrae also sounds very demonic. But you fight like all three of them at once in some like nether realm, as I recall. And I just thought like, and then like everybody bands together in like some kind of Avengers Endgame moment, and like, you know, Revan and Mitra Surik come back and they help you like finally defeat Vitiate. And I just thought it's a little much, right? It's a little much.
Yeah. I might be the most negative here. So Vitiate and Malgus represent the two ends of SWTOR. Malgus represents what I like. Something sort of similar to, pretty similar to something we've seen in the rest of Star Wars, you know, Darth Vader type figure, but reimagined in a really interesting way. Where he's sort of like a crusader. and he like believes in the Sith as a religion, which is really interesting. And you have Valkorion slash Vitiate slash Tenebrae, as you say, who sucks.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Tell us how you really feel.
Well, I mean, like he's like, oh, he's such a he has like his personality is like, oh, I'm the bad guy. I'm the emperor, but less interesting. I'm the most powerful thing ever. I'm the most OP thing in the universe. I keep coming back. I'm like the Joker. You can't get rid of me. Somebody get rid of me. So like, however, that said, much like the stuff with the ones, I kind of like what they do here. Kind of like, oh, he's actually descended from this line of horrible, evil Sith all the way back to Starkrow the Wise, and he was granted powers by the Father of Shadows or whoever. That's sort of interesting. So that kind of balances out a little bit. I still think I keep calling Valkorion because that's how I introduced him. Vitiate is like the worst. Is like the other end of SWTOR rather, where it's like big retcons that are all like jumbled together.
Yeah.
I'm not big on him.
Can you hear my cat in the background?
I heard it a little bit. I heard a little one.
She takes issue. She takes issue with Vitiate herself.
Well, who wouldn't?
Justin Stevens says Maxine keeps paying me Tatooine dry ASF. Hey, what does ASF mean? I'm just kidding. I wanted to read Darcy's comment. He says, had I written the Revan novel, I wouldn't have had Vitiate be born with any supernatural qualities unless there was a plan to reveal that he was possessed.
That would have been much better.
I think that's fair. And he says, I had a theory that Dramath, Vitiate's dad, sold his firstborn soul to the Father of Shadows in exchange for something. I mean, that's also entirely
that would be very cool.
Fair. See, like that's some lore that I wouldn't actually mind. I think with Vitiate, the other issue that I had with him, it was kind of like something that I was intrigued with, but also an issue, was that he is described as basically being near immortal, in the sense that he did that anathema ritual, which we learned about in the Revan novel, and that's what gave him his longevity. Like it says even in the text that they hid on Droman Kos for 1,700 years, right? While they built up their forces, and that's how they were able to kind of like take Coruscant by storm, right? Because no one was expecting them in the wake of. Well, I guess it wasn't in the wake of anything really. It was like 300 years after KOTOR, but
long peace.
Yeah, it was a long piece. But what I did think was interesting or intriguing about the whole immortality thing was like, what was his end game? What was it to? I think it might even be mentioned in the Revan novel, but it was something along the lines of draining all life from the galaxy to become like a godlike figure, a godlike being. Which at the time, like I had no concept of supernatural encounter. Well, yeah, I mean, in a sense, yeah, like nihilist, but like I had no concept of supernatural encounter. So it's like, well, how would that work? And how can he be assured of his success, right?
Yeah.
But I think now with supernatural encounters in the foreground, maybe he could have pulled it off, right? And then he could have become like akin to a celestial or an old one or something like that.
It could have been interesting.
Maybe he wanted to pull a rock through.
That's right.
Like
a rock from,
yeah, like an omega rock from, like one that spans the entire universe.
Like everybody.
Yeah.
And I mean,
that'd be pretty awesome.
If he was really in some form of contact with some outer being, like some outer dark god, then I mean, it would make sense that he would want to ascend to that level because he knows that something else holds dominion over him, and that he would want to get on that level.
I just never got the sense that he was a nihilist, because it's like, what? Well, like you drain all life, and then what? I guess maybe he would recreate it in his own image. Like I'm always curious about like what his end game is, or what it would have been. And maybe there's a textual reference. It's been I read Revan, I think like when it first came out, and I haven't touched it since. So
I read it last year, and I don't know. He was just kind of chilling. Neat.
Yeah, so Darth Sidious says in the Jedi Knight story in SWTOR, and again, that's one that I played like years and years ago, you stop Vitiate from performing the anathema ritual on the whole galaxy. And like that was my understanding, is that's what he wanted to do. And it's just like, well, like what would he have done with all that power? Right? Yeah. In any event, yeah. So we got an opening with Vitiate, and we're told that some of his council tried to overthrow him over the years, right? I mean, they probably much like Remulus Drapa wanted some more decisive action against the Republic, but he would dispatch with them. And it says he purged the entire council at least twice thereafter. He would foil every revolt, imprisoning their disloyal spirits in the Dark Temple. And this is just the very first page, right? So we get some vitiate background. And then the next subchapter is called. So I should actually mention the first subchapter is called Section 1, Tales of the Sith, and that's what we just covered, which is funny because you get like Tales of the Jedi and then you get Tales of the Sith. Then the subchapter heading that comes next is called The False Freedom of Freedom Nad, which I thought was a nice little wordplay there.
Freedom Chad.
Freedom Chad. I mean, like he kind of was, right? But we're told that there was a resurgence of Sith activity in the galaxy. Came about from ones who were not associated with vitiate. So we're told about the Macrosa Order of Nissa, the Craft of Empress Teta, or Teta. Is it Teta? It's Teta, I think.
I've always said Teta.
Yeah. The Nadists of Onderon, and the Luminatus Club of Arcania. Says that the Macrosa Order was spawned from Korribani remnants. And then we get a reference to Darth Visago. It was bolstered by the absorption of Darth Visago's lineage, fleeing from the Great Hyperspace War. They infiltrated the Tapani House of Maketi through the political machinations of Viscountess Mireia, who granted the Sith Lords of Vijun tax-free holdings on Nissa and went to breed a new generation of ignoble Sith Knights. I gotta study the Macrosa Order. Yeah, I just I feel like I know so little about them.
I gave them a look on the Wook, and they are not in that much. I think they're mentioned in like one of the Darth Bane books. I would read that for the record.
The Macrosa?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. I remember reading it. I was like, I feel like I've read that somewhere before.
For some reason, the idea of a tax haven on Vijun is just kind of funny to me. I don't know why.
Darth Sidious says evil Tom Veach be like Tales of the Sith. And instead of writing Lightsider, he would have wrote Darksider. So.
Darksider.
Yeah. Light Empire.
Yeah. Awesome. Luke takes over and he same story, but just with Luke.
Well, there's actually There's actually a Hand of Thrawn book called Empire of Light, so it's like kind of sounds like that.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good book too.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't read the Hand of Thrawn stuff yet, but I'm looking forward to getting to it eventually. I just have so much of the EU to actually reread first before I get to his work. But
you know what I'm reading right now.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
The secret society of the Luminatus had been formed by Arcanian Sith elements fleeing from the destruction of the Great Library of Vishas Tuan with the goal of outmaneuvering the deadly Geno Haradan. This is interesting because it says that there's a mention to the secular Star Cabal. Do either of you know what the Star Cabal is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
In
the last playthrough I did of in SWTOR, I did Imperial Agent, who has, in my opinion, the best storyline, maybe like next to like Jedi Knight. The Imperial Agent roots out this secret order, secret society that's called the Star Cabal. And their whole thing is that they want to get rid of all Force users in the galaxy. So like Jedi, Sith, they want to level the playing field.
I'm on board. Okay.
And so it's like the Star Cabal are the ones who kind of orchestrate events behind the scenes, including that theoretically or purportedly they orchestrated the whole so-called genocide of the Sith species in the Stygian caldera, because they want to kill all the Force users in the galaxy, right?
Fair enough.
There are a bunch of jealous people. No, I don't know if they're jealous, but I think they reflect on how much damage and destruction Force users cause in the galaxy. It's like you see it in like superhero comics, right? There's always like a group out there that like wants to get rid of all like superheroes, right?
It's not I think it's Project Cadmus in the JLU animated series, where they are trying to get rid of Superman and all them. It's Amanda Waller. Yeah. It's a great arc.
There's Gore the God Butcher in Marvel who like kills gods. Like all the gods must die. You know,
Isn't that initially what Goto wants in KOTOR 2? I've been on a KOTOR 2 stream recently, the past
Yeah.
like every Saturday, and we just got to the part with Goto, and he's talking about, oh, we can't have any of these Force users, we can't have Sith, we can't have Jedi, none of this. You're all destabilizing the Republic.
Right. That's probably he might be a secret member of the Star Cabal. I don't know.
He might be. He's the worst. He's the worst companion in the history of KOTOR, but he's something.
So Jesse brings up the good point. Yeah, it's what Amanda Waller and Dr. Hate, Evil Raven, are trying to do in the current DC. Amanda Waller's always tried to have her thumb on super powered individuals.
I mean, I get it, but she is evil.
Yeah, and then we get this line in the middle of page 834 that says that the two lineages, so I assume that's the Luminatus Club and the Macrosa Order, would soon join with the followers of Freedon Nad. So we get our first reference in this chapter to Freedon Nad, or Freedon Chad, as he's so called. Then we get a bit of a recounting of a story that you can read in Tales of the Jedi Companion by West End Games. And you can also listen to it narrated with voices on my channel called The Tale of Freedon Nad. But it tells the story of how Freedon Nad was a prodigy, a bit of a prodigy, and went to Ossus to train under the Jedi Masters there. But they were kind of cruel towards him in the sense that I think they noticed that he had a bit of an arrogant streak, right? So they played this kind of cruel mind game on him where they elevated all of his peers to Jedi Knight except for him. And it was supposed to teach him, I guess, some humility.
Yeah.
But it ended up having the opposite effect because he kind of lost his mind a bit. He was really upset about it. And I think he ended up confronting one of the masters, Mata Tremaine, one of the, I think, the greatest swords masters of her time in the outskirts of Ossus. And she was practicing at the time. And he basically has this back and forth with her, where he's like, why wasn't I promoted to Jedi Knight? Like, I'm your best student. Like, aren't I good enough? And stuff like that. And they get into it, and he ends up fighting her and striking her down in anger and killing her.
Damn.
That says waves of guilt and grief gave way to denunciation as he cursed his arrogance and theirs. So he ultimately decides, Freedon Nad, that it's not his fault so much as it's the Jedi fault for making him do this, right? And it says that was when the darkness closed in.
Oh shoot!
Yeah,
And then he goes, I love that Tales of the Jedi Companion. That might be outside of Supernatural Encounters, of course. That might be my favorite piece in my collection. I saw it on eBay for $200. I was like, no, I can't do that. Even as much as I love Tales of the Jedi.
Really? That much,
I found it for $50 on a, or it might have been 40, either 40 or 50, somewhere in there. Like the next day, and I got it, and it is in pristine condition. It is literally perfect. Like
That's
it
great.
looks like it wasn't touched in the 90s. It's awesome.
That's great.
And all the stuff.
Always those source books that are bajillions of dollars. You know, they're always so expensive.
I mean, you can find all of them online, or most of them, but the Wizards of the Coast ones, some of them are even more expensive. Like the Unknown Region source book goes for like 300 American.
Yeah, that one's like kind of like a Holy Grail, like Ark of the Covenant like type thing.
Although I did get Legacy Era source book recently. I was actually gonna purchase it off of one of our members in the community, and then I ended up going out and finding it in the wild, and I was like, well, what are the odds?
Where did you find that?
I found it like in a bookstore, in a used bookstore, just like tucked between the shelves. It was crazy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so I have that now. And now I want to reread Legacy.
Hey.
Fair enough.
So then Freedon Nad, when he turns dark, essentially, he goes on a bit of a sojourn, right? He goes on a bit of a quest into Sith space. And we actually see something similar happen 400 years later with Exar Kun, but Freedon Nad was the OG. Well, maybe not actually. I think Darth Dreadwar was the OG. I'm going to go into a bunch of old Sith planets and find forbidden lore. But Freedom Nad, following a great tradition of human turned Sith Lords, decides to do it himself. And we're told that he first, well, I don't know about first, but he goes to Ashes Ree in Sith space where he uncovered the holocron of King Adus,
Chad.
as well as one of the amulets of Darth Dreadwar, which had been lost when Lord Garu perished. So we learned about that earlier. This led him to Nilrebme 13, which you'll remember is the planet.
I love this part.
Yeah, Dreadwar is trapped on. Why don't you read the rest of it? So this led him to Nilrebme 13.
This led him to Nilrebma 13, where he approached the ensnared spirit of Dreadwar, but finding him ill-mannered and disagreeable, he departed again. So essentially, he finds Dreadwar. He finds that he's a yapper, and he's like, "Damn, this guy's annoying," and he just leaves him there.
He's like, this guy's redditing out on me. I am not going to deal with this for X number of years.
I love that. He's like, "Damn, this guy's yapping."
I have a theory about this part. Okay. Whenever you read Tales of the Jedi, do you ever think to yourself, man, Freedom Nad's so annoying? He's like always popping up as like a ghost and just lecturing Exar Kun.
Oh, yeah.
Learning from Dreadwar.
I'm just saying, like, the reason why I didn't like him is because they're like the same person.
He's a yapper.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely.
He's a yapper.
There can only be one.
I just reread the section where he turns Exar Kun the other day, and he's talking the whole time. Exar's there like, he's in agony, and Freedom Nad is just screaming at him, "You must turn to the dark side."
And he's just like, like, you know how like when
a building fell on him. And he's,
you know,
And,
how
like
when like
Stranger Things, when they're all like twisted up by Vecna.
yeah.
well, you know when like a Family Guy character like falls and then they're just like, that's like Exar Kun while he's just getting yapped at by Freedom Nad.
Screaming at him.
And he's just,
And doesn't he do the same to like King Amun? He's like,
Yeah.
yeah.
He does. Like King Almond, like his bones have dissolved, and he's just like yelling at him, just like, "You must do thy bidding." What a great character!
and then like Amin's just like this ancient guy, and then like he's got the Jedi breathing down his neck too, and he's just like
He was just vibing until the Jedi busted in, killed his family, killed him.
King
I don't know-
Amin was just vibing.
I don't know that I would describe anything that King Amun does as vibing, but yeah, I mean,
That's fair.
I've always found it
Got
funny.
no bones.
I've always found it funny how he just sits like in like a dungeon somewhere, you know,
yeah, just waiting.
like he's just chilling there, like he's vibing there, I guess. But like Aminoa lives in the palace with their daughter, and then he's just in a dungeon somewhere. Like they put this decrepit old man down there.
And Jesse says Dreadwar versus Freedom Nad, Reddit versus 4chan. Yeah,
Oh my
we
god.
have WV9MM. Peter, hey, Exar, a building fell on you. Yeah, exactly.
Oh my
Hey, Peter. Hey, Exar, a building fell on you.
They were all kind of yappers. Like,
Can we get Maxine to do all the Family Guy voices?
That's true. That's true.
Huh.
XRP, a building fell on you. No, that sounded a little weird.
Darth Sidious says, what I'm really intrigued by is the Dark Lord who says he is ready, Nad. Yeah, that's right. I think we've talked about that before, Darth Sidious. And who is that? Who is that?
Is that the other yapper, Dreadwar? Or is that some other stronger force?
Well, I don't know. I don't
That
know.
was me.
We're told, though, that Freedom Nad continues on to Yavin 4.
Yes.
And the Masasi let him through, and he finds Nega Sadao. It says, I love this part. And there, past the Ophidian carved pylons and the orichalc tablets of astronomical parapems, in the yawning penumbra of the grand throne room, before a brazen menhir, emerged the reanimated Naga Sadao.
Oh shit!
I'm free!
I'm free. So Freedom Nad's just chilling the whole time. Not chill. Naga Sadao, he's vibing there. You know.
See, he was vibing. He was vibing there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. He was hard vibing.
He's like,
temples.
comes out with like a beard. What year is it?
What year is it? That's how I pictured like Darth Krayt coming out of his tomb on Korriban. Like, after is like, what year is it? And it's like the Yuzon Vong are about to invade, and he's just like, what the hell? Like, what are these people?
He does that thing where he hits the alarm and he looks out and goes, "No," goes back right back to sleep.
On page 834, there's an interesting reference to he was rewarded Naga Sadow's Force Crystal, which he later gifted to a paramour on Sidekona. So that paramour on Sidekona, I haven't read ahead actually. I haven't read chapter 79 yet, but if you look at the title of chapter 79, it says The Tragedy of Sidekona. So I guess that must come up again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just let's keep track of that. This is a surprise tool which will help us later.
It's a surprise tool that will help us later.
I've been in Jumanji, that's right.
I've been
Alec, it would have been funny if you came back on camera with like a full beard on. What year is it?
What stream is this? Is this the last one?
I didn't even get to talk about the next section.
No,
Just fades away.
Just becomes ghost.
It says here, confident in his dominance, yet wary of forging a fiefdom large enough to attract the attention of two potential threats before he was ready to deal with them. Dreadwar, who might yet find a means of escape, and a mysterious hidden Dark Lord in the unknown regions that he had earlier heard whispers of. That's a reference to Vitiate, I assume, right?
Yeah,
that's what I would assume.
But he's not in the unknown regions. He's in Droman Kos. Make it make sense. He set forth in search of a world to rule, and once again the darkness guided his course. Unless the unknown regions reference is Valkorian, because again, I'm kind of like wonky on the timeline. I don't know.
Oh, well, I mean, Valkorian wasn't like a Sith Lord like before Vitiate like took him over, right? Like he was.
Well, it doesn't say Sith Lord. There's hidden Dark Lord in the unknown regions. I don't know. I don't know.
I just thought it was Vitiate. That's just what I thought, but I don't know.
Anyone listening in the chat, who do you think that hidden Dark Lord was? Let us know.
Who's that Dark Lord?
Who's that Dark Lord?
It's actually Peter Griffin.
It's Rick O'Lee. It's Random Rel.
It's Random Rel. Let's go.
There we go.
Or it's Darth Chudakar up and chilling on Lehan. No, wait, never mind. Dark Entity instead. No, it's definitely Random Rel.
Oh yeah, I believe
his master.
We skipped over it, but Frida Nad murders Naga Sadow. This is once he determined that he learned all there was to learn from his august master. He murdered him, leaving nothing but a specter clinging to a sarcophagus bereft of power. There's a bit of like a weird continuity piece to this, which I don't know if Supernatural Encounters kind of glosses over it, but I know I spoke to Darth Sidious about this before, but there seems to be kind of disagreement as to whether or not it's the spirit of Naga Sadow that's teaching him or Naga Sadow in the flesh.
I wanted to ask that, but I did not remember the details offhand, so I was like, I should probably just wait until it's brought up naturally.
But I think in this case it's clearly Naga Sadow in the flesh, right? Who's
I prefer that.
Yeah, me as well. Darth Sidious says he thinks it's Vitiate. Yeah, I mean the only thing is like Droman Kos is not in the unknown regions, right? But what can you do? Visas, Marcel, and Maxilla Shan up in here. That's right. Hey, Iron Inquisitor on his channel had an unboxing video today for Supernatural Encounters, all 3 books. So you should go check it out.
That's awesome.
If you want to see sweet Princess Kitty and his cameo from his grandma, and like and subscribe.
There you go.
Oh,
hey,
Exar Ken pops in to say hi.
Hello.
Hope you're doing all right, man.
Feeling
better, yeah.
Yeah.
We're holding down the fort in your absence.
Eat some soup.
So in the next paragraph, we find out, or it recounts how Frida Nad goes to Onderon and takes over, and he marries Princess Taline Kira and has children with her, and becomes the ruler of Onderon. Yeah, Iziz. Yeah, exactly. The Great Walled City. Although you know what's interesting about which you get to visit in SWTOR, one of the DLCs, and it's really cool. It looks really cool. Actually, let me see if I can pick up get a picture of it.
It's also in KOTOR 2, and there's a sweet mission where you have to fight a big monster.
Oh, of course, it's in KOTOR 2. I forgot all about that actually.
Always fun to fight. I like big monster.
You gotta play KOTOR 2. It's so cool.
Is it a kaiju? Is it a kaiju? I'm just kidding.
I don't know if it's technically a kaiju, but it's pretty big. It's a big guy. It's a big dude. I think he eats the king.
All right, one of the coolest things that I've experienced recently, I've been playing Baldur's Gate. And
I love that game.
There's a big squid ship, and I was like, damn, that's dope.
Yeah, it's
look at that.
The Lithid ship. Yeah, Iziz.
I want to go there.
It's so awesome. I this is another thing. Last time we were talking about Korban and how first time stepping foot on there in KOTOR was a great experience. This was double that because you see way more of it and it's populated in Jedi.
This Onderon is twice as cool as the TCW Onderon.
Oh, undoubtedly, yeah. The SWTOR timeline video establishes that Nega Sadow's spirit was still around sometime after the Jedi Civil War. Okay.
Interesting.
Man, this looks so much better.
Yeah, so he goes there, and because he shows an act of mercy, we get the Beast Riders of Onderon, because he basically, what does he do? He exiles them outside the city walls, and they tame these beasts that visit from the moon of Duxon, which passes by Onderon really close, once a year, or probably actually not as frequent as that.
I just know it was a kick-ass scene in Darth Bane.
It was. That was a sweet scene.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was so cool. That whole book. I love those books so much.
Because Zana's in trouble on Onderon, and he's on Duxon in Frida Nad's tomb, and he's just on this pterosaur, and he just with his lightsaber glowing, and it's so kick-ass.
It doesn't make any sense at all for it to pass that close, but it's so cool. Isn't it cool?
It reminds me, now that knowing the story of Dreadwar, it reminds me of when he descends on planets on his pterosaur creature thing.
That's right.
Bane doing the same thing. Ooh.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're getting out of the hospital, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you better eat that soup.
Eat some soup, read this chapter, and then watch Superlit afterwards.
Yeah.
If anyone's watching this, like it, hit that little like button, subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Ring the bell, whatever. I never do that. Apparently you're supposed to, but anyways, I always feel bad asking people to subscribe to me. I don't know why.
I get that. I feel that.
So then we get confirmation, and it seems to me like it's almost like a continuity fix, and I've long since theorized that this was the case, but in Tales of the Jedi, I forget which issue it is. It might be the very first issue, but it basically implies that Onderon was discovered for the first time by hyperspace explorers. But how could that be if a Jedi strike team took out Frida Nad? Because that's exactly what happens. Is a Jedi strike team is sent to take out Frida Nad, right, to end this dark side threat, which they do successfully, or rather, somewhat successfully, because he lives on as a spirit for hundreds of years, influencing the royal line and causing general mischief. But now we find out that it's a secret strike team of Jedi shadows. So Onderon's location would still be a secret because the Jedi wouldn't necessarily want to advertise that there were still quote unquote Sith Lords out there or dark side users, right? It's bad PR.
I like that.
My question is did they hide this from the Republic, or did the Republic know?
My guess is that they probably didn't share this with the Republic, because I don't know. And even if they did, I feel like the Republic wouldn't have believed them, because they didn't believe anyone. They didn't believe Odan or anyone, and they said, "Hey, the Sith are coming," and they were like, "Yeah, right." You know, so I feel like even if they did tell them, they'd be like, okay, buddy, like, sure. Like,
Yeah.
you know? So it's
Um,
usually always been the Jedi who have just like trusted amongst themselves, you know?
Right. That was my thought too. I have nothing to back that up. Just for
Yeah.
some reason, I felt like they're not going to tell the Republic this, and maybe like the cracks are starting to show in
Yeah.
terms of the relationship between the Jedi and the Republic. I don't know.
Yeah. And they would think, you know, hey, like the Sith are extinct. Like, you know, we genocided them, and you know, they died all like when we went and defeated them with, you know, whatever. So I think they were just kind of like reveling in their golden age and being like, okay, sure, is Sith on Onderon?
Yeah.
And then they were probably just like not even worried about it because they were like, well, this guy's just kind of vibing out there by himself, so who cares? You know?
Yeah.
So, but the Jedi were like, well, that's not good. And then they just went and took care of it themselves.
Well, I wonder, like, the Jedi must think to themselves, like, who taught Frieden Nad, right? Because they would have known who he was because he used to be a former student, but like,
Yeah.
who taught him? And maybe we didn't do such a thorough job of wiping out the Sith after all, right? Which should give them pause for concern.
They could have maybe like assumed that he had learned from like a holocron or something, or
Certainly. Yeah, certainly.
something like that, or like some books, or maybe they didn't. They just knew that he was powerful already, that he was a prodigy, and they just said maybe he just embraced the dark side. Maybe he just didn't need any of those teachings. So he just, like, the way they saw it, maybe they saw him as essentially like, I don't know, like a potential Sith Lord. They were just like, oh, he could turn into this. Should we let him remain in power? You know?
We don't know. Like, they didn't have like any negotiations, so maybe he didn't have a chance to tell him, like, oh, I'm the Dark Lord of the Sith. So they just rushed in and just got him before. They just figured, oh, he's just a bad guy. He took over this world. We have to topple him because he's a dictator, not because he's a dark sider. Yeah, no, I feel that.
I feel like they didn't want him to turn into another one.
Well, exactly. Yeah. Darth Sidious asks, where did the idea that a Jedi strike team was sent after Frieden Nad come from? And I don't know the answer offhand. For some reason, I'm thinking that it came from the Tales of the Jedi Companion.
That's where I would guess.
But I don't know for certain. I just recall reading it. And I mean, I don't want to waste too much time looking at the Wook article. And even then, I would probably want to look at the primary source. But that's where I seem to recall it coming from. Unless it was, you know, I always find like whenever something is referenced and I don't know where it's from, it's like, check that Evil Never Dies article by Abel Pena, and it's probably there.
Awesome.
Yeah, see, hey, whoa, look who it is, Matt Wilkins.
Look.
Good to see you. Tales of the Jedi Companion by West End Games, most likely.
I think
not to be confused with, well, I guess that's the only Tales of the Jedi source that we really got, right? Like the only Tales of the Jedi, like, RPG source that we really got. Yeah, show Matt your lightsaber.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Matt says those reference books by West End Games added lots of lore around the comics and books. Yeah,
I love the Dark Empire one. It's so good.
Yeah,
so much stuff.
The NJO one is that's the only one I have, but I love it. It's got some really cool art in there.
Matt says, I always knew Maxine was strong in the Force. Plug, Maxine and Matt have their own series right now on the expandinguniverse.com where they are going, era by era?
Yes.
Yes.
We're actually, in the last episode, we actually covered this era.
Yeah, there you go. So you can get caught up. I think there's only 2 out so far. Is that correct?
Yeah, Dawn of the Jedi and
Old Republic. Very cool. So go check that out. Maxine also has an Abeloth article that was released less than a week ago, I think, on the expandinguniverse.com.
Yep.
And what else do we have to look forward to? Is there something else coming other than the era by era, which you're going to be continuing? It's going to be released on the site.
So there's an article coming out on how to make your own expanded universe posters, like the ones I have.
Oh, that's so cool! Yeah,
so
that's so
it's
cool.
a really easy tutorial, and I think a lot of people will really like it. So.
I have an
Matt
idea
says
for a poster already.
Maxine is excellent in era by era. She provided great insight. I am not surprised. That's why she's here. She's here to provide great insight. And her DIY article is coming out at the end of the month. Excellent.
Nice.
Excellent.
Love to see all of it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
So we're told that Frieden Nad's corruption and tainting of the world's rulers culminates in the debasement of his descendant, King Amun, and his wife, Queen Amanoa.
Oof.
Yeah. Very interesting reference here in the next paragraph. We're told that it says some of those. So we get a reference to the Krath, the Krath cult, which always to me came off like some like really bored rich kids that are delving into the occult.
That's pretty much what they were.
Yeah.
If anyone remembers the episode of Batman the Animated Series where the three guys who are these super like billionaires are robbing people just for the fun of it, that's what they always came off to me. Like these people doing evil for no reason, just to do it.
Because why the hell not?
I mean, it's a pretty easy kind of allegory to make, right? You have like rich people with way too much money and way too much time on their hands, and of course they're corrupt, and so they're going to indulge. And I'm thinking like they're going to indulge in like these weird like base pleasures. Like I'm thinking of in Darth Plagueis, right? How they all go to that hunter's moon. What's it called, Max? Sojourn, right?
Is that the Canted Circle or is that something else?
No, that's something else.
But they all go, like it's like a bunch of like rich people, right? That all go there for sport, essentially.
And it's by invitation only,
right?
And you can't even know where it goes because he'll send a ship to go get you and bring you there.
Yeah,
a
limo, if you will.
Yeah,
space limo. Yeah,
and he has all these exotic creatures there that you can even purchase if you want, and it's like the like seedy rich people, like the Hutts are invited, and like people from the Trade Federation get there at some point. And he clones these exotic animals with the help of the Kaminoans and everything. So I love Sojourn and like his palace there. Like I would live in there. Like
I don't know why it just struck me. It has nothing to do with Sojourn, but if I were in the Star Wars universe, I would demand an Ewok companion.
All
right.
I'm stealing an Ewok.
Like
just like in Wraith Squadron, I'm having an Ewok buddy. I know he's not real, but he can be real in my dreams.
That reminds me of Tarfang from Dark Nest.
Yeah,
the little Ewok guy. I love him.
Is he the spy, Tarfang?
Yeah, he's like a spy, and he's in a wicked funny scene in Legacy of the Force as well with Leia.
Yeah, I remember that scene.
It's so funny because Luke just walks in and he's like, what is happening?
I'm all for the Ewoks. I'm down with the Ewoks.
I would have a Rancor.
Same.
So in terms of like these, secret societies and rich old boys clubs, we have the Illuminatus Club and elusive elements within the core world's high society, such as the board members of the blossoming Zerka Corporation and I hate this word, academicians of Adas Corp, who profited off the pillage and rapine of Laurel raiders, instigated the Great Droid Revolution, and funded the construction of a Korriban Academy under the guise of luring talent to an extra-legal tax haven. There, you got another tax haven right here.
I love it.
So the Sith Academy on Korriban is just a tax haven?
Let's go.
That's so funny. I love that so much.
Isn't Addis from KOTOR? The KOTOR?
It is.
It is.
Yeah, Lord Adaska.
Weirdo.
Yeah.
With Camper.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Camper works for Adas Corp. Well, I mean, he did work for Adas Corp in the past, right?
He was helping. The one who kidnaps Jarail and
and he's a creep.
And then
that's Lord Adaska does that, not Camper. Lord Adaska does that.
Yeah,
kidnaps Jarail. Yeah.
But that's that scene. It's one of my favorites in the whole book. Is she sees him and she's told like, oh, you have to be nice to our guests. She sees Zane and she jumps on him and Adaska's like, hey, not that nice, jeez.
It's so funny.
It looks so pretty though in that comic. I love it.
Jesse says they do have therapy Ewoks in the DU.
I mean, what I'm behind that.
I see that. I get that. At the same time, it's like, I'm a person and my name is Anakin. How dare you?
Also true.
Therapy Ewoks. They're not dogs. They're sentient. They're sapient, as we learn from
they are. That's unfortunate.
Right? They have feelings too.
Wait till they learn about Tamil Squint. Right? The absolute hero. Like, what a Chad.
I mean, the absolute hero got stepped on, to be fair, but we can't all go out in a blaze of glory.
One thing one thing I did want to say about the this section is this whole there's the Korriban Academy, which shows up in I believe maybe like chronologically the first time we see it is in that Tales comic with Duran Keldroma, where they go to Korriban
Wars or something like that.
Maybe like Shadows and Light or something. Duran Keldroma is the cousin of Ulick and Kay, and
yeah,
he and two other Jedi, forget their names. They go and hunt Terentatex, right? Like it's called the Great Hunt, and it's in the aftermath of the Sith War, and they find themselves on Korriban, and there's like an academy there essentially, and I guess it's like.
Where is this story?
It's
in Star Wars Tales.
But you also get it in the Knights of the Old Republic game if you go to Korriban, Kashyyyk, and somewhere else. I think has another set of bones. But I don't remember.
Duran Kel. It's like I think it's Tales issue 23, Max. So it's canon because the last 4 issues of Tales were canonical to the expanded universe.
Man, the only
I think it's in the new
storyteller.
So Duran Keldroma is he grew up on the planet Alderaan, just like his. But there's I'm trying to look up. Right, Shayla Noor is his love interest, and then there is Gunhan Suresh, which is their Twi'lek companion, Jedi companion, and it's Shadows and Light Star Wars Tales issue 23, and it explains why you can find in I believe like Al just said in KOTOR on Keldroma's body the player can find the Keldroma robe and Keldroma's data pad.
Oh wow!
Yes.
So it's like, what's the story behind that? They took that and they wrote it into Star Wars Tales.
Yeah.
It's actually you get it's Kay's robes, and this has always bothered me. The arm is still there. I know it's just the same robes you get regardless of like whatever, but if the remake were to ever happen, if they were to know that is from something, maybe just have the arm not there. They're saying maybe.
Yeah, but
from your mouth to their ears, yeah.
Yeah, probably not. But
the remake is in development hell.
Well, yeah.
It's in the development charnel worlds.
It is.
Yeah.
Real quickly before we move on, I just I like the idea that Zerka is so evil that there are like weird cultists on their board of directors.
Yeah.
That's funny. I'm sure you can make the argument. Well, they should just be normal, like evil corporate people. But like Zerka's pretty bad. I'm going with
I had heard a retcon out there. Sorry, Max, I interrupted you.
Okay, I had to take out the hostile hair. I was getting a headache.
Okay, yeah.
Too many hair ties.
No worries. I had taken. I had wanted to make note of the fact that there's a retcon out there. Actually, it may not even be official. It might just be a fan theory. But the Zerka Corporation rebuilds after the Sith War, and so that's why we get that kind of aesthetic transition from the old world of Tales of the Jedi comics to the prequel era-esque looking world of KOTOR.
I like that idea a lot.
Because Zerka basically snaps up all of these construction contracts and remakes the galaxy in this prequel era image.
Bam.
And it stays that way for thousands of years because if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing, right?
I like that.
But it's interesting how Zerka's already mentioned here, right? Because they're a major player in galactic affairs in KOTOR. So then after that, we get a bit of a retelling of Dark Lords of the Sith, I believe. Tales of the Jedi, Dark Lords of the Sith. Oh wait, no, sorry. Also the Freedom Net Uprising, and then Dark Lords of the Sith, right? So we find out the Ketos steal a Sith tome from the Galactic Museum with the surreptitious aid of Darkside Antiquities curator Pollard Sirio. I think that might be new lore, this Pollard Sirio, because I don't know that it's in the book.
Is that like a Tuckerization of someone's name that we might know?
It might be.
It doesn't. I checked the end notes, and it didn't. I don't think there was anything there.
Harry says
no. That's from
comics.
Wait a second. Oh yeah, no. This person is from SWTOR.
Oh,
okay, interesting. Harry says he misses the comics' wild ancient aesthetic.
Same.
Giant bug ships are an incredible image. I agree. Those Ixal bug ships.
Crazy.
Yeah. As much as I love the KOTOR comics and then the games, come on, Tales of the Jedi looks way better. Let's all be honest.
Okay, but I will say that Malik's like Star Destroyers look dope. Like kind of like Fang kind of look. I don't know. It looks really cool. Hey, there he is. And I've got
Darth
Malak
Malak
right here.
Did you guys see I got Darth Malgus the other day? I think I posted in like collection. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome.
One of the that is like unanimously the greatest figure of 2023.
That's why I had to get it, right?
Oh,
it's just it was gonna happen.
And like Hasbro did like the soft goods right, they did the hood right. The lightsaber is giant, just like it should be. He's like a beefy guy, and
he is a beast.
So cool.
Yeah, they did a good job. I hope these figures are selling well. I have to assume that they are because I want them to make more expanded universe figures.
Yeah, the most recent one they did was Star Killer, and he's pretty sought after these days. So I got mine though.
Same.
What's very briefly off topic, but what are the odds that Sam Witwer is going to narrate The Force Unleashed, which was just announced as one of the essential legends?
It is?
Yeah, it's like in the newest wave that's coming out in November of this year.
What are the other ones?
The Han Solo Adventures and I believe Solo Command, the last book 8 of Wraith Squadron of the X-Wing.
I'm definitely going to get
series.
The Han Solo Adventures, especially if they get somebody good to do the audiobook.
Yeah, so that's three books in one, right? So that's like value. Yeah,
I'm just wondering if they're gonna do New Jedi Order.
Yeah, I don't know. Do they really want people to see what quality Star Wars?
Probably not. Probably not. Plus, the only thing that like exists for them, like post Return of the Jedi, is like the Thrawn trilogy. That's like the only thing that they acknowledge. Weird.
Yeah. Also, do you really want them to, or rather, would they really want to put out NJO books when they're planning on putting out a New Jedi Order movie? It's just going to confuse people.
That's true.
Hey, now first that is going to be in 10 years, to be fair.
If ever.
Potentially. So
I didn't think about that.
Yeah. Sorry to burst your bubble.
You know what they should do though? Essential Legends Collection's Crystal Star.
Oh, easily.
With Waru
on the cover, easily. Oh my god. I would buy like 10 copies of that. No problem.
Make it in the shape of Waru. Make it a big
Waru book. Just the whole collector's edition. It comes with like a Waru like stress toy and they just squish it.
Lucasfilm is listening, which they're not, but if they are, let me narrate the Crystal Star for you.
Yes.
They put so this is the collector's edition. They put the ELC in a big meatloaf and they ship it to your house.
No, the Inkstone Editions version, like the Dawn of the Jedi one.
It comes in a Waru box.
Let's go. The pages like on the side, the front, whatever, are they're like gold plated or something. Ooh, Waru.
The best expanded universe couple, in my opinion, is Waru and Luke.
Yes.
Women,
just gonna throw that out there. Luke says at one point, he's like, "Take me."
Take me. Like,
literally, that's the line. He says, like, "Take me."
If Iron Inquisitor, if you are still watching, or if you watch this again in the future, there's a phrase you said one time, like like last year or 2 years. I don't know when, but we were talking about Crystal Star, and you were just like swimming my jelly, Luke. And I've just always thought that was so funny. I have no idea why. So thank you for that.
Luke and Mary. Oh my god. Okay, well that's a funny way of spelling Gem Yasan.
No! Oh my god. You were talking about that on a stream the other day.
I'm gonna champion that.
God.
I'm gonna champion that. You just wait.
Yeah.
So we get a recounting of the FreedomNet uprising, which is essentially what happens is like Ulic, K, Keldroma, and Tot Donita are sent to Onderon to root out a dark side cult, and they have to end up having to save their Jedi Master Archajeth. I think in the process, Keldroma loses an arm.
Yeah.
And Queen Aminoa, the ruler of Onderon, turns out to... Wait, no, maybe they take her out in Tales of the Jedi, the original run. FreedomNet Uprising is with King Amen. So King Amen is the one pulling the strings. They eventually succeed, and they save Master Arca. And then I think like at the end of that comic, if I recall correctly, he makes some like ominous
Something like that.
prophecy that basically
he's like, oh, this one will be one of the greats or something like that.
What's the name of that opening arc? Anybody remember the name of that opening arc?
The Beast Wars or something like that?
Beast Wars.
Yeah.
Beast Wars, yeah. There's your Transformers reference, yeah. Ulic Keldroma and the Beast Wars of Onderon, yeah.
3 years before the show, I'll take it.
So FreedomNet's sarcophagus is moved from Onderon to Duxon, and that's where we would run into it, I believe, in the game KOTOR 2, as well.
In the
if I recall correctly, it also in the Bane, exactly. And then we get a retelling down the page. Yeah, sorry, go for it.
So in the tomb of FreedomNet, Bane like encounters, the Orbalisks. So it's like, are the Orbalisks like native to Duxon, or are they just like, how did they get in there?
Honestly, that wouldn't surprise me. If they are, that's about right.
Like,
I would love to have like Orbalisk lore linking them to like Yuzon Vong or something like that.
Ooh, wow! I didn't think about that. That'd be sick.
So,
Yeah.
I'll make this quick because this is going to be a total digression. I just read the new Cobra Commander #1. I don't know if either of you guys care at all about G.I. Joe. I doubt it, but
I know what it is, but I kind of know.
You don't know what G.I. Joe is?
I know what G.I. Joe is. But
I'm not even American. I know what G.I. Joe is.
I'm not a big G.I. Joe fan. I'm a Transformer guy, obviously, of course. But in this, and this is really cool, Cobra is basically the Yuzon Vong. They use organic technology.
Oh.
And you see snakes doing surgery on Cobra Commander. It's awesome.
Maybe they're environmentalists. I just want to point out this comment that Jesse said. Even now, the Disney universe is Luke and the unnamed Sith Lord. This is happening in the mainline Marvel comics. There's like shipping fan art for them and everything. I didn't even know that unnamed Sith Lord. I didn't want to. Anyways, okay.
I gave up.
That's amazing. I just want to say that's amazing. Oh, Jesse says, "Yay! The ending of Cobra Commander 1."
Yes, it's awesome. Oh my god! Not to get into it too much, but like, yeah, no. So I didn't know this. I've been following the Skybound universe, not just through the comics, but through a YouTube channel called Moonbase 3.
Yeah. And
I had no idea. There's like this Cobra lore about them being Yuzon Vongs in like a different dimension in the Himalayan mountains. Cobra Law. I was like, this is bizarre, but I love the organic technology imagery. That's awesome. The comic, is pretty good too. But hey, I was like, oh, sick. Anyway, sorry. Total.
No, it's okay. Please.
But, the Orbalisk thing, like, I don't know if they were like just already there, because like, can you imagine like moving that, like the tomb to Duxon, and then like they get attacked by like Orbalisks or something like. Those things are like crazy because like I just wonder like because they're lightsaber resistant, they're like everything resistant except like force lightning or something. Like the lightning kills them, but like it's just crazy.
Darth Sidious says that the Orbalists don't appear in Tales of the Jedi or KOTOR 2, suggesting that dark side energy from Freed and Nad's corpse mutated them over time. That's really cool.
Okay.
That's awesome. I like that a lot.
And they
He's
I
so
also
evil,
like
but
that.
beyond the
that
grain.
makes, yeah, that makes sense because they feed on like dark side energy and things like that, and like feed on the life force of the person in exchange for making them more stronger in the dark side.
I reread Path of Destruction last year, and so this year I'm going to reread the other two, Rule of Two and Dynasty of Evil.
I have like such a hot take on that because like a lot of people don't like Dynasty of Evil, and I'm just like, I love that book.
I love
Is
all
that the
three.
one where Farfalla dies?
No, that's Rule of Two. Because he dies on Tython and he gets his head cut off. And then like Johan Othun dies too. And like he was like such like a major character. And I thought they were gonna give him like his own like perspective of when he dies, but no, he just dies. Like, and that's it. You know? And then Farfalla too, because he's like a big character, and then he just gets his head chopped off. And I'm like, ooh, rip.
Jesse just shared this art with me, which I got to share. It's like Luke and the Sith Lord.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh god.
It's okay. It's PG, kind of.
Is that Raven?
It's not
Is
Raven.
that Raven from Teen Titans? Did they
Um,
take Raven from Teen Titans and put her in Star Wars?
Harry says that he knows that Transformers has some Star Wars connections documented on its Infamous wiki. Yeah,
It does.
Oh.
They used a lot of the
He's
sound
like
effects.
a vampire.
there you go. I guess we'll find out what happens next issue of Marvel.
Hey, I don't read.
I'll tell you.
Okay, thank you.
And then we get a retelling of Dark Lords of the Sith.
Yes,
very
cool.
A fairly, I would say, competent retelling of Dark Lords of the Sith. I was like, how might one distill this into a few paragraphs? But Joe did a really good job of it, I thought.
Mm.
Essentially, Dark Lords of the Sith is when we're introduced to Exar Kun.
Mm-hmm.
And what's interesting here is that we're told that Frida Nad, who's directing Exar Kun to a large extent, he gives him the scrolls of Naga Sadow, which propelled him to the Valley of the Dark Lords on Korriban. So we know that part, and is that where he gets his body smashed up? Was it on Korriban?
Yes. Freedon Nad is like, look at these Jedi suffering. Perhaps you should save them. And then he throws a rock on Exar Kun. The whole building just collapses.
I'll read the paragraph. Within the Hall of the Undying, before the glowering statues and whispering remains of Dreadwar and the Ankath, an ancient soul snare held the spirits of vanquished Jedi. Exar Kun sought a means of freeing them when Nad caused the stones above to fall upon him, shattering Kun's body. The suffering Jedi called out to Master Boss, but Nad cut him off. In this way was Exar Kun impelled to embrace the dark side or die.
Damn.
Yep. I mean,
It's a guy, but Big Raven feels he's
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, how do we feel about Exar Kun being turned to the dark side by being forced to turn to the dark side in that? Because
Ulick was forced to turn to the dark side. They poisoned him with Sith poison.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of.
I have a lot more problem with Ulick than I do with Revan.
I mean, the Revan novel suggests that Revan and Malik were forced to turn to the dark side too.
I have a lot of feelings on that one.
I feel like a lot of Sith were kind of forced into it. Like
Anakin was.
Anakin was. Jason was. Well, Jason was kind of both in a way. He chose it, but he also felt like he had to. And then Darth Maul was literally born into it, and so is Darth Plagueis. He was literally created to be one. So it's they had this life forced upon them. So
yeah, I think Exar Kun would have gotten there on his own. Personally,
Probably.
he was searching for some dark knowledge. If you remember, he was looking for power, right? He was. What's interesting about Exar Kun is he passes himself off as a Jedi archaeologist, and I love that because to my mind, you should only be a Jedi archaeologist if you're a Jedi master, top of your craft, because you're probably going to find some really dark crap out there, and
that
you
seems
really,
Odan like he like handled those kind of artifacts like constantly, and like I remember like in the scene where Exar Kun goes to get the holocron from him or something, or get like a bunch of like some stuff from him.
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh no, this is like beyond you. You can't handle it." And he's like, "Oh well, I'll show you." And then he kills my boy. But
He kills Odan I know.
I miss that guy. I like him.
Much like Ulic Keldroma kills his brother Kay in Mortal Kombat. So Ulic
sorry.
But before that happens, Nomi and Kay try to save Ulic. So what happens with Ulic, just to briefly recount for anyone who hasn't read Tales of Jedi, which you really should. Master Arca gets taken out by the Krath in this like Jedi conclave meeting on the planet Deneba.
Yeah.
Ulic Keldroma, beset with grief, decides that he's going to go and infiltrate the Krath and take them down from the inside out. Obviously, Satel Kato is very, very skeptical of him, but Alima, his cousin, falls in love, or whatever passes for love with Alima, and with Ulic, right? And so he Ulic kind of gets ensnared in her web a bit, and he ends up killing Satel. But Nomi and Kay try and bring Ulic back, trying to extricate him from that situation, but he refuses to go with them. And he is given a dark side poison, which basically makes him more evil, more susceptible to allowing the dark side to creep in. Eventually, he is confronted by Exar Kun, but before all this, Exar Kun goes on his own sojourn. He ends up on Yavin 4. He fights a giant Sith worm. He blasts it with the amulet that he gets, right? It says that this was Dreadwar's amulet, one of his 2 amulets that he created that we talked about last stream. And he had received it from Zithmanir, the Misasi high priest. Then Exar Kun makes his way to, I believe it's Onderon, and that's where he faces off against Keldroma. Oh, sorry, not Onderon. It's Koros Major in the Empress Teta system, which makes sense because they're Empress Teta's descendants, Satel and Alima. His arrival
I always giggle at the opening of that scene where Exar Kun kicks open the door, sees Alima Keto, and just blasts her through like to the other side of the room. It's like instantly he comes in, sees her, just shoots her.
Yeah, I thought it was awesome. He's like, "I will brook no rivals." Darth Sidious says Odan shows Ulic how Ajunta Paul failed to discourage Ulic from his plan to infiltrate the Krath. Yeah,
was that in Tales of the Jedi? Where's that from?
I believe it is entailed. It's Dark Lords of the Sith.
I need to go back and I didn't get a chance to reread like the bulk of Tales of the Jedi this time. I ran out of time, unfortunately.
So near the end of Dark Lords of the Sith, it says that so Exar Kun's arrival on Koros Major with the intent of eliminating his rivals prompted Alima to give Keldroma the amulet King Amun had given her brother. That's the second Dreadwar amulet. We're just talking about Dark Lords of the Sith. When Kun drew near to fight him, the 2 amulets were activated, and there appeared the phantoms, this is interesting, of Darth Dreadwar, Marka Ragnos, and a macabre host of their contemporaries who declared them Dark Lords of the Sith. Henceforth, aligned as master and apprentice, they went about to bring down the Republic. So this part I didn't really quite comprehend, because, I mean, obviously I remember that part from the comics, but we have like a decidedly human-looking Dark Lord, right? He's wearing kind of like the Marka Ragnos headdress, and so I know Darth Sidious and I have spoken about like, who is this person? Like, who could it be? Could it be Vitiate? Could it be someone else? But I guess my question is like, why is the Phantom of Darth Dreadwar appearing with the Phantom of Marka Ragnos? Like Dreadwar was no
that's right, because he killed him.
Ragnos, and I don't know.
I need to look at the panel again because I only remember the one guy who looks very human, which at the time I figured, well, they didn't know what they were going to do with the Sith.
I got something about that. I feel like Dreadwar is just going to, hey, Brennan.
Well. If it isn't Brennan, I'm just kidding.
I feel like Dreadwar is going to like take any opportunity he can to just get out of the house, per se. He's locked up. for ages.
He's
If
on
he
Reddit.
senses if he senses some form of opportunity to see the outside world, he'd be like, "Oh, I'm taking it."
Well,
he
we know
probably
that
he's just
yeah.
like, "Hey, what's going on, guys?" Like he's just out of the house.
we know that he created these amulets because it was like his contingency plan, right? To have like human Sith Lords.
Mm-hmm.
But why does Marco Ragnos appear? The Phantom of. I just don't understand it. I don't make it make sense.
Maybe it
I
just
don't know.
like summoned like the power, like summoned other dark spirits, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Like I don't know, like moths to a light or something like that. Right?
Something along those lines.
And henceforth, I love that word. Anytime there's like a Sith Lord being knighted or christened or whatever, it's like you have to use the term henceforth. Henceforth, aligned as master and apprentice, master being Exar Kun, apprentice being Ula Kaldroma, they went about to bring down the Republic. And they have like this little like, and also RIP to Carl Weathers, but they have this like Predator moment where they clasp hands together. Ulick and Exar Kun.
Chad.
It's one of my favorite panels.
Yeah.
In Tales of the Jedi. It's just
they just look like Chads. They got like the nice jaws, and Ulick's shirtless, and like
they look like Chads, and Exar Kun just finished throwing a woman through like a door.
He like blasted her.
Here, I found it. I found a picture.
Oh,
I'm just gonna. Here, I'm gonna throw it up. Give me 1 second.
My cat wants attention. Go away, kitty. Go away. Or come up here.
Reese's are so good.
What are you eating, Max?
Reese's are so good.
Oh, nice. Yeah. All right. Look at that.
Yeah.
Dylan, you son of a bitch.
Square jaws. He's jacked as hell, and nice hair.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Oh yeah.
It's implied that the Dark Lord who tattoos Exar and Ulick is the same Dark Lord who says he is ready, Nad, after Nad forces Exar to use the dark side. Perhaps Darth Dreadwar? I mean, he's human, right? So, then we get this, we get this breakaway to, the subchapter title is called The Master's Lair.
Oh, man.
And we're told that Jedi Master Sleelon Tahar followed a trail of evidence across ancient Sith world to the Dantari sector. Now with the amulets activated, and with the aid of a curious young Nissen woman from the Shea Tapani University, Master Tahar came to the forgotten Nilrebma system to discover that Naga Sadow's former master Darth Dreadwar had survived and was plotting to draw Force users to his world to complete the last part of his ritual that would grant him freedom from the diaphanous chains binding him there.
Please, this guy needs to be dealt with. My God.
Well, he tries to warn the Jedi on Deneba, but it says that's when the craft interrupted, and so he was never able to warn them. And so he sends a team to warn the Jedi of the threat on Nilrebma 13. He was afterwards struck down by Ulick Keldroma, but not before the Jedi traitor learned of the mission that Tahar had sent them on. It says the Jedi of Osis were not inclined to trust the strange soldiers and incarcerated them for further interrogation. But Jedi Master Orb Talorn and his apprentice Dace Vinegar. When I was reading this earlier, I was like, vinegar? Dace Vinegar and Orb Talorn decide to help the soldiers investigate Nilrebma, right? And basically what comes of this is that Dace Vinegar turns on his master.
Oh, man.
And begins a ritual that would allow him to overthrow Exar Kun and make him the reigning Sith Lord. And Dreadwar is basically, I think, manipulating Vinegar to get what he wants. But Orb Talorn interrupts the ritual. And actually, maybe not actually. Well, it says, look here. Several things next happen in succession. Valvert, the ancient energy dragon, or Hydra rather, reemerged. So do you remember this like Hydra that was like buried underground or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah. Aroused by the events befalling this world and hungry for the power being channeled, spotting the shrieking Dace Vinegar, the creature swallowed him whole. So rip. Rip.
Yep.
To Dace Vinegar. He's gone. This mattered little to Dreadwar. The spell's effect was in full force, and he would soon be free. But as the dreadful night blazed with invidious energy, Ulic Keldroma himself arrives.
Ooh.
Sensing a rival in power in Vovert that would rise up to usurp them, he shot down and killed the Energy Hydra. I just love that.
What a Chad.
Ulic shows up and kills this Energy Hydra. Like, what a Dark Souls boss fight that is. Using range weapons only.
Wow. He's just
Straight out of Predator, yeah. R.I.P. Carl Weathers, indeed.
I got him on a poster right over there. Him, Nomi, Thon,
Who,
Todd.
Carl Weathers?
Oh, no, Ulic.
Oh, okay. I was like, Carl Weathers in a poster with like Nomi Sunrider. That's
No. But
That's what I want to see.
I have a Tales of the Jedi poster over there, which you can learn how to make in my new article when it comes out.
Carl Weathers plays.
Carl
Banar.
Weathers.
Ood Banar.
Carl
He plays Ood Banar.
Yeah.
Wow. Or he could play well, I forgot his name.
Uru?
No, oh my god. Master Uru. He could play
That's what I want to see.
I want to
That's
see
that's my
Carl Weathers as Master Arca.
Oh,
could.
yeah.
He could.
He could be a sweet Master Arca.
A Tales of the
yeah,
Jedi poster, indeed. He
Yeah,
is a legend.
I'll
Apollo
I'll
Creed.
send you a picture of it.
So Dreadwar is about to complete his ritual, but then Master Orb Talorn says, savagely did he rise from his Cimmerian fane
Oh man.
to refocus the effluent currents, but too late. The redirected energy continued to divagate, resulting in an arcane stasis charm ramified over the entire system. Spheres collided as the swirling vortex of a force storm ignited in the heavens above them. Then all fell still again. So basically, Orb Talorn uses the Force to interrupt this ritual, is how I read this passage. And it says, the Jedi Master's sacrifice allowed the team to return home, his team that being, and kept Darth Dreadwar out of the Sith Wars, !
Woo.
So this explains why he's not around during the Sith Wars, because he's still trapped on Nilrebme 13.
Good
Because of the sacrifice of Orb Talorn. I just love how Ulic shows up, kills a Hydra, and just leaves.
What a Chad.
Walks
So
in, kills Hydra, leaves.
Doesn't
Yeah.
say anything. He's just...
Ulic Keldroma, played by Chris Evans,
Oh my god.
that actually be kind of cool.
defeats Hydra. Sylvester Stallone posted a memory video talking about him. He was visibly emotional, got me all choked up. Yeah, I mean, it's Carl Weathers.
And
I mean,
Brennan,
come
I
on.
don't think it is Dave Dorman. No, I don't think
Base
it is.
Tales of the Jedi poster, Max. Is it a Dave Dorman? No.
Come on.
It's the first issue, right? Or not the first issue, the trade, right?
Hold on, I've got like fairy lights over it, so I have to like move them. Hold on.
Oh, well, she's doing that.
No, it's not.
Um,
It's not.
I love how we've
Yeah,
gone
but-
for an hour and a half and we've covered like 4 pages.
Okay. I'm gonna.
To be fair, after a certain point, I don't have that much to say. So until the very, 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 very
I
end.
don't know
But
if you guys can
regardless.
see that, but
Yeah, I can see.
Oh
that,
yeah,
of
that's from
course.
the first
That's,
trade.
that's
That's-
also the cover of the Tales of the Jedi Dark Lords of the Sith graphic novel.
here, Marcel, can I send this to you and you can.
Discord it to me because I'm on
Alright.
Discord right now.
Okay, let's see.
Um,
There you are. The
I always
check
saw.
box.
I always saw. What's his name? Who's the guy who played Hannibal Lecter on that show that I didn't watch?
Oh, Mads Mikkelsen.
Magnus Mikkelsen. I always saw him as Exar Kun. I don't know why.
That
Probably 'cause he's a
show,
weirdo.
that show is brilliant, by the way, and you should definitely watch it.
Ooh, I just
want to.
had a.
Totally worth your time.
I just had
Here,
a
look
name.
at this.
Yeah. So this is my poster right here. You can see my fairy lights on it.
Nomi Sunrider and Ulic Keldroma. This could be like a fairly simple cosplay, I feel like.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. I plan on doing Nomi cosplay this year. At some
There
point.
was a woman who cosplayed Nomi Sunrider at Legends Con, and it made my
Yeah.
day. Yeah.
That's
I'm-
awesome.
This year's cosplay like goals is Nomi Sunrider and Anya Solo.
That's very cool. Anya Solo's based. I always saw Sebastian Stan in a wig as playing him as well. That's what Brennan says. And maybe Chris Pine is K. Yeah. I
Oh.
can see it.
I could see that.
Jessica Chastain as Nomi Sunrider would be my pick, probably.
Who would be my pick for Nomi Sunrider?
I went who would be like the right age in like the 90s. I wrote it down here somewhere, but
I don't know. I got to think about that. I'm surprised that I haven't thought about it before, actually. But
Chris Pine as K. Kildrum would be really cool, actually.
I thought you were going to say Chris Pine as Nomi Sunrider. I was like, tell me more.
Who would play Tot Danita?
oh, you need somebody. You need like Lance Reddick. You need someone like who's a total.
No, Luis Guzman.
Who?
Never mind.
I
You know
I-
Luis Guzman. He's been in like everything.
Who do you think could
What-
voice Thawne? Like what kind of voice would he have?
On?
Probably like Frank
Mm.
Welker, because he'd be like an animal voice. He'd be like he's on like Scooby Doo.
That's what he sounds like.
Okay, wait. Here. Tell me if you know who this guy is.
Yeah, that's such a cool poster. I love that poster.
Here. Come on, you know that guy.
Oh,
I-
yeah,
he looks
yeah.
familiar.
Yeah, I didn't know
Yeah.
the name.
Yeah, I was just kidding about him playing Tatanita, but I want to see it now. I
I
want to
think-
see it.
What's his name? He's in Force Awakens. He's in Game of Thrones. He's the older guy. Plays the Three-Eyed Raven.
Max von Sydow.
I
Sydow.
think he would be
Yeah.
a good Arca.
Yeah.
He'd be a really
Oh
good.
yeah. He was in The Exorcist, and his old age makeup was so good that if you look at him in Force Awakens, you're like, oh,
Looks
that's
just
the same
like
guy
him.
who died trapped. Yeah, it's awesome.
There's a character. I don't know. I apologize. I don't know the actor's name, but I'm gonna look it up. But he's in the X-Files, and his name is Albert Hostine. That's the character's name. And for some reason, he always to me. He always whenever I imagine Arca Jeth, I just imagine this guy here. I'll show you a picture, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
No, I see it exactly instantly. I see
Right?
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
He
Albert
would've
Hostine, and he's like this. This is a Navajo who helped the FBI Special Agent Dana Scully and Fox Mulder, and he's played by Floyd Red Crow Westerman. And I just think he would be like, well, I mean, now he's
That's like perfect.
yeah, but he looks exactly like Arca, and I just think he would be a really good
Yeah.
choice for him,
Put him
Yeah.
in some Jedi robes is perfect.
right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I always thought of that guy whenever. Let me see if I can find another picture, just because.
I was thinking about this today, and it kind of took me down a rabbit hole because we were talking about Keanu Reeves as Revan, which I know
Yeah.
everybody likes, but I actually don't. I don't know who I'd want as Revan, but I never vibe with Keanu Reeves. I know he
I'd
kind of
want
looks like a
Keanu,
guy, but
probably.
I mean, I want Keanu in something Star Wars, but
Yeah.
if it was Revan, I'd be fine with that. But like,
I remember when I was reading the Revan novel, I was just always picturing him as Keanu and like reading his lines in like the Keanu like John Wick voice. It's like,
Whoa.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
going to need a gun, like
I have him in my mind cast as Corrin. I know
Corrin
Corrin's supposed to be
Horn?
short or whatever. Yeah,
Wow.
Brennan says the poster is awesome. Isn't that the Tales? Yes, it's the Knights of the Old. I don't know about the Knights of the Old Republic graphic novel, Brennan. I think it's the Dark Lords of the Sith graphic novel cover.
I'll
Maybe
tell
not
you-
actually. No. Dark Lords of the Sith is the close-up
Dark-
face of Ulick, right? He is right. I
Yes.
think it is the Knights of the Old Republic graphic novel cover.
But the where do you, yeah, so you can learn how to do that in my article. I don't know, but yes.
So we should read your article then, is what you're telling me.
yes
Okay.
when it
there
comes
we
out.
go.
I was
But
going to read
you-
it anyways,
You
but
said Keanu is Corrin Horn, really?
Yes.
You know why I was?
I see Corrin Horn as like Ethan Hawke in my mind. I don't know why. I just do with like a beard.
I have Ethan Hawke as Kip.
Do you?
Really?
Yes.
All right. So I was always Corrin Horn. Like when I first read him in Dark Tide, so I always pictured him as Gary Oldman, but in the way that he looks as Commissioner Gordon, and the way he sounds as Commissioner Gordon, That would, yeah, he'd be a good Corrin as well.
I just think Ethan Hawke would be a good Corrin. Yeah.
And then I think Carl Urban would be a good Ganner Risode.
So this has always been my contention, is when I like try to put like fan casts together, because I have to keep the image consistent in my mind, because it will drive me insane. I have to have like a real actor to like look at their face, be like, all right, kind of imagine them,
Right.
like talking, whatever. I always do it like who would have been appropriate at the time. So Corn was about the same age as Keanu Reeves when the X-Wing books would have taken place. So I was like, I like that.
Yeah.
Ethan Hawke would have been the right age for Kip when Jedi Academy. So
I always just like usually go with how I pictured it, like when I read it, you know. So
Kip, he's really his portrayal in the expanded universe is actually fairly all over the place, like kind of inconsistent, I would say. Like if you look at, there's this one picture of him that just, I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of different like looks for like Kip Duron. Like other ones, he looks sometimes like different.
You know the guy who played Bronn in Game of Thrones? Like he might be like a good older Kip. Like look at that.
Yeah.
Kinda,
that
right?
I see that, and I see Liam Neeson. I can't unsee Liam Neeson.
Yeah, Liam Neeson. Okay, there were Jesse says there were fake leaks a bit ago that Keanu would be Holocron of Revan in the Acolyte. I'll allow it. Calling Keanu Reeves Revan is fun. Says Darth Sidious. Yes, for sure. Jessica has Nomi is a great shout from Max. Seems like Brennan agrees. Karen Gillan, yes, of course.
Yeah.
Oh man, she would be great. Andy Serkis could be a great Nomi. Okay. But Brennan says Andy Serkis is Kratos. I think Andy Serkis could play Nomi. He could play like Finhead Stonebone. He could play like Andy Serkis could play Korriban, the planet itself. Okay, that's how good he is.
Who could play Os Willem?
Andy Serkis. I want to see an entire movie where Andy Serkis plays every single character. Every single, and it has to be a Star Wars movie. So in the next part, we get a retelling of the old Sith Wars, as they're called, and that would be, of course, the story that's covered in the Sith War arc of Tales of the Jedi. I love this. So we finally find out that what Nomi does to Ulic Qel-Droma at the end of the Sith War. Yeah, go ahead.
In the tragic events that followed, Nomi's Sunrider hit Qel-Droma with a grim and arcane blast after he killed his own brother in battle, called Sever Force. It is a form of Deref Midwan that cuts the Force from the individual by eradicating their midichlorians. Iniquitous as this act was, it reawakened the Ulic of old, and he went on to aid the Republic and put an end to the threat of Exar Kun.
Yeah. I love that. Although it raises questions because I think it might be mentioned in this text.
Ludicrous is Ludo Crash.
I thought it was mentioned in this text. It might not be, although I thought I read it. But yeah, Ludicrous is Max von Sydow is Naga Sadow, and then Ludicrous is Ludo Crash. Those are from Darth Sidious. I thought so. One question I have is: we all know about the Dark Reaper project, right? It's mentioned in the Clone Wars video game for PlayStation 2 and Xbox.
Oh yeah,
but it's also mentioned in the New Ascent chronology. The Dark Reaper is some kind of super weapon that's created by Naga Sadow, or at least during the Great Sith War, or sorry, the Great Hyperspace War.
Yeah.
Exar Kun repurposes it and starts to use it to drain force energies and life force from people.
Yeah.
Ulic Qel-Droma somehow tells the Jedi how to destroy it, but like in between him aiding them and finding Exar Kun on Yavin 4 and taking Exar Kun out, right? So it's just like, how does the timeline of that work? It's always been kind of a mystery to me. But then, of course, the Dark Reaper comes back in the Clone Wars era because Dooku tries to rebuild it and fails because Anakin Skywalker learns from Ulic Qel-Droma, or like the holocron of Ulic, how to destroy the Dark Reaper.
I remember
And
playing that game, but I remember none of that. But I was like 5 at the time. So.
Yeah. And what's crazy is that that's used as like another reason as to why Anakin turned dark, because he learned old arcane knowledge from Ula Keldroma, which made him even more arrogant because he knew something that Obi-Wan didn't. Anyways, that's like sort of like a retcon that was kind of added in there. Yeah, to add further flavor. Brennan says Andy Serkis is everyone. Andy Serkis as Brennan's brother.
That's genius.
God.
Yeah. Darth Sidious says maybe the Great Hyperspace War and the Great Sith War were longer than they appear to be in Tales of the Jedi. I mean, that would have to be the case. I don't know how long they could be, but at least like a year, if not more.
Yeah.
Giving time for the Dark Reaper. Yeah, it would have to be. So Ulick is stripped of the Force. Exar Kun. So before this, they team up with Mandalore, the Indomitable, and they have the Mandalorians on their side, the Sith. But eventually, I believe Exar Kun betrays Alima, Keto, and Credo, and they get destroyed in the Kron supernova.
Rip.
And rip. And then why don't you read this next part, Max? Because it's very interesting. The Ulick's guilt part.
Okay, so we're about to get into it here. This is where we're going to get crazy. So, Ulick's guilt left him a broken man, wandering the Outer Rim. He found some comfort in the arms of a Mandalorian shield maiden, Valdani, who bore him a son strong in the Force. Ulick never forgot his erstwhile Nomi, who was now Jedi Grand Master, and gave the boy to the Jedi for training. After which he left Kethar for Boreal Renvar. There he thought his life would fade away, but Vima Sunrider had other plans and came to him for training, reigniting the light within that he'd thought lost. So we find out.
Before we jump in, that last bit is a partial recounting of Tales of Jedi Redemption, which is my favorite Star Wars comic ever.
Based,
which is very cool. There's something else in there.
So this is it. This is so Exar Kun has a little fling afterwards with a Mandalorian shield maiden named Valdani, and he has a son whomst he gives up to what?
This is a surprise tool that will help us later.
Yes, it is.
May I just say one thing or a couple things? I had to look up Boreal because I was like, Boreal, doesn't it mean like forested? And no, it doesn't. It means like of the northern regions, which makes sense because Renvar is like an ice planet, right?
Yes.
Which I should have known as a Canadian, but I didn't. And then the other thing was...
Did I say... wait, hold on. Did I say Exar Kun? I said you said Exar Kun as a fling. Did I say that? I don't know. I meant Ulick.
I thought you might.
Ulick has a fling.
Yes, Ulick.
Yeah. Ulick.
I might have been thinking about him.
Man, we're all thinking of Exar Kun with that ponytail. Oh man. Oof.
He's so handsome.
Mandalorian shield maiden is very cool because like a Viking, right? Valdani.
Yeah. That's something.
All right. So this it's gonna start to get dicey up.
But I love this last line. But Vima Sunrider had other plans. It's like, but they were all of them deceived because Vima Sunrider had other plans and came to him for training.
She was going to be in the greatest Star Wars game ever, but alas, copyright issues.
I just love this. It's like it reads like something out of Tolkien, but they were all of them deceived. Where Vima Sunrider showed up.
All of them.
So it's like it's literally Redemption is literally Last Jedi if it was good.
Redemption is my favorite arc of Tales of the Jedi. If anybody ever gets around to watching my podcast Legends of the Jedi, which I promise will continue, Redemption is the episode that I'm most proud of because I just think it's such an emotional story. I remember reading, I think it was Kevin J. Anderson gave an interview about Redemption, and he said that he and, oh God, who's the artist that did it? Was it Redemption artist? Redemption. Someone help me out here.
I think while you're looking that up, I think my favorite of Tales of the Jedi might be like the Nomi Sunrider story where she meets Thawne and starts her Jedi training. I really enjoyed that because I really love the idea like she's literally just a mom. Like she's literally just like being a mother like the whole
Yeah.
time. She's like, listen, like I got a kid here. I can't be doing this stuff, you know?
Darth
Yeah,
Sidious
that's
swoops
great.
in, and Chris Gossett is the artist. But the whole "I'm a mom and I need to focus on being a better mother" theme comes up in Redemption as well, because
Yeah.
Vima runs away because Nomi is neglecting her.
Yeah.
At this point, Nomi is following the Sith Wars. She becomes Grand Master of the Jedi Order, right?
Mm.
And she holds a conclave of sorts on Exit Station.
Yeah. And I like how Thawne is like grandpa to Vima.
Yeah,
I
to
think it's
Vima.
the cutest thing ever.
Vima Sunrider is like one of my favorite characters. I think she's like incredibly relatable.
Yeah.
I just think, you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Her and Ulick have the same dynamic as like Wolverine and X-23, or Wolverine and Jubilee, or Wolverine and Kitty Pryde to a
Yeah.
lesser extent. I love it so much.
There's this one scene in Tales of the Jedi Redemption which almost brought me to tears, and it's not like Ulick dying or whatever. That's a pretty emotional moment as well, but it's the moment where Ulick and Vima are training, and they're sort of like in the thick of it and stuff like that, right? And then Vima is kind of being a brat. She's like, "Yeah, you're gonna have to catch me, Ulick," and then she throws a snowball and hits him in the face.
Oof.
And you see, like, for a moment, he's just like furious with her. And then like she's like, "What are you gonna do, Ulick? You're gonna like start another Sith War or something like that?"
Yeah.
And his whole demeanor changes, and he just smiles at her. And I was like, boom, there it is. There's redemption. That is what Star Wars is about. Like this young woman, and she's like 15 at the time, but whatever.
Yeah.
This teenager like just brought him back to his humanity, brought him back to the light side, brought him back to goodness, reminded him that there is a reason to live.
Yeah.
And like did it by like just like being herself, like throwing a snowball in his face and like hitting him. And he's like, and she like calls out his bullshit. She's like, "What are you gonna do? Start another Sith War?" And he just like realizes like just how silly it all is, and like smiles and, you know, engages with her and trains her. And I was like, you know, then when Ulick dies and he disappears into the Force, he becomes one with the Force. Like it makes complete sense to me, because he has, as Vima says, the heart of a Jedi.
Yeah.
Even talking about it right now, I feel like weeping, sobbing openly on this stream, because it's such an emotional moment. It's like the best of what Star Wars has to offer. It's like the most important message, right?
Yeah.
For me, at least. I don't know. Other people, you know, take other things from it, but Redemption's amazing.
I know I've talked about it before, how when I first read Tales of the Jedi, I did not like Ulick. I liked Cade. Not Cade. Kay, sorry.
Yeah.
I liked Kay. I loved my boy Tot Donita, the most badass Jedi ever.
He's such a Chad. Survives
He's
that whole
the Omega
firestorm.
Chad.
Ooh.
Yeah.
He's favorite. He's so awesome. But I didn't like Ulick. I thought he took himself too seriously. I thought he was like a big dickhead. Until we get to Redemption, where that moment, and that's the first time we actually see him like lighten up for once, where he doesn't take himself so seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you know, he's like, I have to avenge my master. I have to do this. I have to do that. And it's just like, I just gotta chill. I love it. I love it. I love Redemption. So
yeah, me too.
Those comics are so phenomenal, and like Nomi Sunrider is my favorite of those comics, and she's one of my favorite Star Wars characters, like ever. So she's great, and I love the aspect of like motherhood in Star Wars stories.
Me too.
Because like usually like, you know, they think of like, oh, like the father with like Anakin and like Luke. So it's like motherhood is like something that's like it is prevalent like with Shmi Skywalker and stuff, and it's like one reason why like Mara in particular is like very special to me, and why she's like my second favorite character after Jaina is because of how like great she is as a mother to Ben, and how fiercely protective of him she is, and like the fears that she has at the beginning of NJO, where she's like wondering like, if am I ever gonna have kids?
Yeah.
You know, 'cause she's got the Vong spores and everything. So it's like I felt that, and I was just like, I feel for you, and like I wanted like. Oh, I love the aspect of motherhood in Star Wars, and that's one of the greatest things about Nomi Sunrider is that she's literally just a mom, and she has to take up this great mantle, and I love it.
I totally agree with you, and I derive the same meaning from really any parenthood in Star Wars, but like
Yeah.
you know, like fatherhood obviously is more applicable in my situation.
Yeah.
But Darth Sidious says, "I wonder if Oda and was Grandmaster Jedi before Exar killed him." I think that's a fairly safe assumption. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what
I don't know
always
that. Yeah. Here is the panel.
Oh yeah.
better not get you angry. I might start another galactic war. Careful, and like, look, he's so stoic and like angry. Careful, Ulik. Remember what happened the last time you got too close to the dark side? And she hits him with a snowball, and he has like his Sith mark on his forehead, and he's just grimacing at her. And then she's like, "I sure taught you a lesson, didn't I?" And then he smiles. It's just it's incredible. I love this panel so much. It's like, this is exactly what Star Wars is to me right here, and it's just such a beautiful story. I don't know. Anyways,
I love
This is why that's why like this ranks above everything. It ranks above the KOTOR comics, which I love so much. Which I love Zane Carrick probably more than any other comic character in Star Wars. I love it more than the KOTOR games. I love it more than name it. I love it more than any of the prequels by a long shot. It's so good.
I wish we got more stories with Vima and
me too.
It's like those characters are so cool.
So this is actually not in the text. The first 5 words I'm about to say, but I'm going to say them anyways. But they were all of them deceived. For Vima Sunrider had other plans and came to him for training, reigniting the light within him that he'd thought lost. So she brought him back to the light side, right?
Yeah.
And then we get the next subchapter heading is called Prodigal Knights. And who do you think they're talking about there? I will read the first chapter, and I'd like for one of you, maybe Al, because he hasn't read yet, to read the second chapter. Or sorry, not chapter, paragraph. Read the second paragraph. I will read the first paragraph.
Sounds good.
Prodigal Knights. With the death of the redeemed Ulic Keldroma and the murder of Valdani at the hands of her own people on Cathar, their son grew up without knowing his parents. Only a few Jedi, including his master Aaron Kay, knew the truth. Seeing the name Nock, peace in Mandalorian, sewn on the swaddling cloth that the Keldroma babe had come wrapped in. Years hence, after ascending the ranks to become a respected Jedi Knight, Master K disclosed to him the truth of his heritage.
Things might have turned out differently had not the corrupted politics of his day changed Revan's course. Disgusted by the Jedi Council's apathy to the butchery of the Neo-Crusaders who'd massacred the Cathar in an extreme and egregious interpretation of the canons of honor, the young Keldroma and his friend, Alec de Squin Square Jesmus, began a military campaign against the Mandalorians, causing several from the Order to join them and triggering civil unrest. Notwithstanding victory upon victory they won, the war saw them turning cold and hard as bit by bit they compromised their ethics.
So, Revan, if you didn't realize, is Nock Keldroma and creates the Revanchists. So this is the big this is the one of the two big retcons that this chapter introduces. All
right,
we'll unpack this. This stream's going to go on probably for another 3 hours, by the way. So buckle up, everybody. Never ask a man his salary, a woman her age, or a Mandalorian what they were doing on Cathar. Yes.
Correct.
So
before we get into it, I'm just going to set the stage. One thing that we had discussed a lot was whether or not Valdani was a Cathar herself,
yes,
or just that her people lived on Cathar and were human or humanoid or whatever. We landed on the fact that she is a Cathar, which makes Revan half Cathar.
But I don't know. It's like
he's over there.
Okay, let's get into it.
All right. I don't know if he's a Cathar, because when I first read it by myself, I didn't catch it like that. Like,
Yeah, I
because
didn't
it's
either.
like she's a Mandalorian shield maiden, right? And like, you know, maybe they're chilling on Cathar or something, and then maybe she sided with the people of Cathar and was killed by the Mandalorians because she sided.
That's how it reads in the comics. That's how like it comes across in the comics. I remember this scene pretty well. She goes down and she's in the water with the Cathar, and she says, "No, do not do this. This is not our way," and they kill all of them.
Yeah, so it's like
It said she was murdered at the hands of her own people on Cathar.
the
Her own
Mandalorians.
people. Okay.
That's the man. Yeah.
That's what I think. She was murdered by the Mandalorians because
It's a little
Now,
unclear to me.
To play devil's advocate, Valdani, that sounds like a Cathar name.
It does.
I was reading that earlier, and I was
that's
like,
the thing.
that's a Cathar name, or that
Like
sounds
Juhani,
like
like Juhani. And this is the
Yeah.
reason why I think she's a Cathar, because this provides the motivation for Revan to break away from the Jedi Order and to create the Revanchists, right?
Yeah.
Because if he's half Cathar, if he has some heritage in that planet, then what the Mandalorians did to that planet is inexcusable. And so he's going to use any excuse now he can to get revenge on the Mandalorians, which is not the Jedi way, right? But you know, he was told by Master Aaron K. Does that name sound familiar to you? Because Aaron K.
we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it. I can't wait. Oh,
well, we all know him that Revan's master is Kreia, right? Kreia.
yes.
So, otherwise known as Darth Treya. But
Can we
we're not going to
get into it now.
You just get
Okay, all right.
just get into no, get into it. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right.
Do it,
This
do it.
takes the Revan novel and just chucks it in the trash, because the Revan novel softly jossed that idea that Aaron K. This was a fan theory. Aaron K. and Kreia were the same person. This just like, no, that's correct. Yes, so cool. Well, I remember when I first played KOTOR 2, I was like, if she's not Aaron K., then like this whole thing is a farce. There's no reason for her to know all this information about Brianna's mother. Like,
Okay, well,
Darth Sidious says Revan hated the Mandalorians for killing his mother's people.
all right.
And
So
I think,
I kind of like that, but at the same time, like, my problem is why? How does Juhani not catch on to that he's half Cathar, or even like a quarter Cathar?
dominant
Wouldn't she,
human
like,
traits,
smell something?
dominant human genetics.
Okay. So if you think like, all right, no wait, never mind.
He's constantly shaving.
I don't know. I think it's just like the dominant like human like traits. But you know, I think it's just like that's just how he turned out to be. And like, I mean, maybe like with Juhani, like, well, yeah, he didn't have the mask on, but like, I don't know. Just kind of never came up. Like, yeah, I don't ask you about your hair. Like,
well,
you know?
but like Juhani in her story is like, my people were genocided. We fled to Terrace, and I was basically sold into slavery. Like, she has this connection. She's like missing this connection to her people.
Yeah.
And it's so important to her. You'd figure like this person standing in front of you asking these questions, and you don't catch on to anything. I don't know. I just don't. I think so. My problem here is with that Juhani has been dealt such a bad hand that I don't want to make it any worse, because it's not stated for sure, but like it's implied that she's killed during KOTOR 2. She's killed during the attack on KOTOR.
Can I just show you a picture?
Sure. Oh no.
I typed in Keanu Reeves as a cat AI, and this is
oh no.
Oh God. No, all right. You've made my argument for me, Marcel. I do not accept this. She's a rat man.
Oh
Nope.
my God.
So I will say personally that I have less of a problem with Revan being half Cathar than I do with Revan being related to Ulic Qel-Droma. I've gotten used to the idea. It's taken a few months. It was, like I said at the beginning of the stream, it was revealed to me very, very early on. I just think it's kind of small universe syndrome, especially with another retcon that we're going to talk about a little later on that makes it even smaller universe syndrome.
Yeah.
But I do like, I know Max, you're on the fence about the Cathar thing, but I do like it because it gives him the motivation. Okay.
Yeah.
Even if he's not a Cathar per se, but like maybe his mother was from Cathar, like she was like a human or humanoid living on that planet,
Yeah.
right? But like it gives him the motivation to like want revenge, and I think that it makes sense to me because the revanchist,
So-
right?
Yeah.
Revanchist is like French word based in revenge, right? So
Right. To play a little bit of devil's advocate, or I suppose. So his mother, she could be Cathar. It could be because we're not given a clear timeline on when. It just says when he became a respected Jedi Knight. That could have been before. That could have been after. It could be that that's how he learned. That like he had the connection to the Force. He felt the mask, and that's how he learned. Like that's not just anybody. That's my mother. They killed my mother. This I learned who she is the first time I ever see her. She dies. The last remnant of her existence in reality is in my hands, and that it's just sort of like this flood of emotions, just this flood of angers. Like these people, they slaughtered these cat people. Maybe he's a cat person. I'm a cat person. My cat's sitting over there. She's not gonna. She wants me to become better. I can't. I'm sorry, kitty. He sees these cat people be slaughtered. He sees his mother get slaughtered, who he had no idea who she was, had no idea about any of this, and just drives him to be like, I'm going to destroy the Mandalorians.
Yeah. I'm coming around to it with the motivations and with the motivations that it gives him, and the fact that like Valdani is definitely like a Cathar name. But like I don't know, it's like anything could be a Cathar name. I mean, remember Solomon? So it's like I don't know.
yeah,
It's and
let's talk about Magneto Alex's take on this, because he wasn't able to be here tonight, but he had some interesting things to bring up. So
I'm just gonna say that I would admit it, like I'm completely okay with it. Like if we can just like know that it is like the human genes were the most dominant thing with Revan.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think for the most part, like that would have to be the case because he looks human, right?
Yeah. He like doesn't look like he doesn't have any like feline type like features.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Alex said earlier as we discussed this, like literally for the last 2 days, it's all we've been discussing.
Yeah. Like
Alex brings up some good points. He says like it's unusual for like, we know from the original trilogy as well as the prequels that bloodlines that are strong in the Force, like it's transferred to your descendants, right? It's like that quote from the original trilogy, like son of Skywalker, right? He's strong in the Force, right? It's like the Force is strong in my family, right? Luke says to his sister. So that's already been established. Revan is probably the strongest Jedi of his age. I don't think that's like a controversial statement or take.
No, that's like a fact.
It's a fact, right? So it's like it would be unusual for this strong Jedi to come out of nowhere. So the fact that Alex is like, I can buy that he's related to Ula Keldroma, who's a similarly very, very strong Jedi, right? Very strong in the Force. And Alex says that timeline-wise, it makes sense because he has that sort of 10-year sojourn between, I believe, the end of the Sith Wars, 3996 BBY, and then Redemption takes place 3986 BBY. So there's that 10-year gap that we have to fill in.
Yeah.
So it makes sense from the timeline perspective as well. And then I think there was like a third point that Alex brought up. Do you remember, Al?
I went back on this. Like I honestly cannot recall.
Okay.
I will say that personally, I have a much bigger problem with the Cathar thing than I do with the Keldroma thing, because I actually agree with Alex.
It's the flip side for me. It's like the one thing that I'm like.
I understand. I totally get it because I'm with you. The shrinking of the universe, I really don't like that. That happens all the time. That's one of my biggest problems with Star Wars. That's my biggest problem with the sequels. We're not going to get into that, of course, but
it's like you go.
So the only argument I have for specifically the Keldroma thing is that it gives us some connection from Tales of the Jedi to Knights of the Old Republic That's not just like mentions of Exar Kun, Kay's robes, things like that. Little things. Things that I like, but little things.
Yeah.
Having his son, that is a direct link from Tales to this. You could maybe do some kind of argument about themes. I haven't really thought that over, but that's something. I can get behind that. I'm okay with that, I think.
Right.
I also got spoiled on him being a Keldroma so long ago, so I've thought about this for a long time.
So,
Also, Revan's identity to me has always been like,
yeah.
he's a guy. So like him being a Keldroma, that's fine. I'll take that.
So for me, it's like, besides the Skywalker family, it feels like in the expanded universe, like one of the most famous Jedi families has always been that line from Revan. You know, you have Revan, you have Bastila, you have Satil Shan.
Yeah.
You know, so that's a famous Jedi lineage.
Yeah.
And it's only adding to it with, you know, with the inclusion of Ulic. You know, and then there's like the Sunrider lineage with Nomi, Vima, and then like the other Vima.
Vima Deboda,
Yeah. So it's like there's these Jedi lineages and these Jedi families, and Alex is 100% right on like these exponentially powerful Force users. They come from somewhere. They just kind of just don't appear. They're not your average Jedi. And in the case of the Skywalkers, we know why. It's because with Cosmo Skywalker, right? They had the part of the Crystal Rider within their bloodline.
that's right.
So it's like maybe something like that happened with this bloodline, or I don't know.
That's actually in the context of supernatural encounters. I think it makes a lot more sense, right? In the context of the wider EU, it could as well. Like I after talking with all of you, I'm less fussed about it.
Yeah, it's just the KOTOR thing bothers me because like later generations of that family do not look anything like feline, because Satil Shan doesn't look it. Her mother Tasil wasn't like, I think there's like one picture of her, maybe not even, but like, and Jace, not what's his name, Theron Shan doesn't look like,
because they're just constantly shaving. They're just constantly shaving.
But like
every moment,
every moment,
second.
I don't know. It's just I don't know.
So Darth Sidious says in a quote from Knock Keldroma novel. That was the working title. Vitiate also had top historians and scientists secretly trying to determine the location of a planet called Droman Rain, the long-lost homeworld of the Erythros. Yeah. I mean, if we had gotten a rewriting like that, that would have been much more SE compliant.
Yeah.
For
I don't know.
I realized earlier that's from the Knock Keldroma novel, but with the lightsaber recolored rather. Neat.
I don't know.
Sorry.
I'm totally fine with the Keldroma thing. Do I think we could live without it? Yeah, but like I'm okay with it in the long run, because like I'm thinking about it like in the way that it's another powerful Jedi lineage, and that there's some reason why they are all this powerful, because in their respective eras they're all like the most powerful Jedi. You have Revan, and then Bastila Shan is an incredible Jedi Knight, and she was like, responsible for helping defeat Revan.
Yeah.
And she was unparalleled in battle meditation. And then in her era, Satil was the greatest Jedi, and she was Grand Master too.
Yeah.
You know, and she was a hero of that war. So it's like, it's just like how the Skywalkers are the greatest Jedi of their generation, you know, with Anakin and Jason eventually. So it's like, there's got to be a reason why these, and like Ulic was one of, he was like the greatest of his as well. He was like the greatest of Arcajet's students.
Yeah, I mean,
you know?
like you bring up a compelling point, right? So yeah,
and obviously now we know why the Skywalkers were this powerful, because they have the blessed bloodline from a Crystal Rider, which is like this celestial entity that granted them this power. So it's like, there must have been some reason why, and I'm so down with it in this context that he's a Keldroma, but it's just the Cathar thing screws me up. That screws me up. But again, what if we're reading into it too much? What if she's not a Cathar?
That's what my head.
What if she was adopted by the Cathar?
So
Or
instead
she-
of
or she
adopting
could be-
cats, the Cathar adopt humans.
Adopt people.
That's-
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
I'm on
it's
board
like-
with that.
And the Cathar are generally good people, you know, and they come from a line of like Solomon was like literally like Jesus incarnate. So it's like they're good people.
Jeez.
Instead of like fur baby, what would they call humans? Like, this is our skin baby, Valdani. She's a
Oh,
rescue.
that's so gross.
She's a
Oh, that's so
rescue.
gross.
No,
Oh, God.
I think that's definitely a
It's possible.
plausible thing that she
I'm
was
fine with
maybe like an orphan first, like I don't know, an orphan of the last war, of this Great Sith War, you know,
Right.
and she ended up there. They took her in as her own, and you know we've seen this before with other cultures in Star Wars, like you know, like Wookiees are heavy into this kind of thing. So
Write this story. Give Valdani her voice.
There we go, please. We actually learn a little bit later that this is also the era where the Mandalorians get into that sort of business.
Yeah, footnote
Yeah.
216. Do you want to read footnote 216? But maybe like let's frame it first. So it basically says to cement this unity, this is Mandalore the Ultimate. He's the guy who takes over after the Indomitable, who dies at the end of the Sith Wars. It says so Mandalore the Ultimate, to cement this unity, he never exposed his Tong face, because he starts introducing like non-Tong Mandalorians into the order. A symbolic gesture ostensibly representing the decline of his species in favor of a uniform Mandalorian culture. And then, Al, if you don't mind reading footnote 216.
Sure. Though Mandalore the Ultimate may have had more sinister reasons for this, the symbolic act would be misinterpreted and appropriated in future generations by hardline Mandalorian sects, such as the Children of the Watch.
Yeah, and this is a reference to the Mandalorian from the Disney canon, where they do not take their helmets off in that particular, cult.
This is the way. This is the way.
This is the way, yeah. So
Yeah.
that's where that originates from, and I like that. I think that's cool. They've always been established as like some like really extremist kind of cult, because I remember when he meets Bo-Katan.
Yeah, she's like, "Hey,
he's like, what are you doing,
you
like,
religious weirdo."
yeah, she's like, you and your cult are like zealots. Like, what is
Yeah.
wrong with you? So it's like, I like that it is a practice that dates back to like Mandalore the Ultimate, but like, I mean, I don't really subscribe to like that canon, but
I'm going to read the paragraph before that just to get back to Revan and Malak. So, already teetering on the edge, the discovery of a Rakatan star map on Dantooine and the Trace Academy on Malachor 5 was a turning point for Revan and Malak, exposing them to the fevered invigilement and obscure incunablia embedded in dark side lore, opening a window unto a sinister reticulation from the galaxy's ancient past to the present brutality of the Mandalorians, behind which some tenebrous hand seemed to be steering events. Tenebrous hand. I love that, because Tenebrae. Anyways,
yeah.
These fears were confirmed by Revan's defeat of Mandalore the Ultimate above Malachor 5. When Revan defeated, this is skipping ahead, when Revan defeated Mandalore the Ultimate in hand-to-hand combat, much like his father defeated Mandalore the Indomitable in hand-to-hand combat. It's like poetry.
I actually like that a lot.
Taking the Maskey War, which represented their highest authority, he learned from the dying leader that the Neo-Crusaders had been puppeteered by a hidden Sith unlike all others. And this is what leads Revan and Malak, they find Nathema, and then that leads them to Droman Kos, where they run into Darth Vitiate. Let's talk about the second big retcon.
All right, I got problems with this one. But
Before we do that, should we mention Alex's thing about Tenebrae not actually mind controlling?
No, because we haven't gotten to that part yet. Actually,
Okay,
the exile comes first.
Okay,
This is on page 839 to 840, the exile, and then Tenebrae's trickery, which talks about what you're about to talk about, is 840 to 841.
My bad.
So before we get, I've got some issues with this, but they can be amended if I have more context or if I get some form of explanation and more
Yeah.
info on it.
Sure.
But as of at face value, mm-mm. So, should I read it?
Oh, you
Or-
should.
All right.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Should I just start like right after the exile?
Do as you will.
All right. It has often been stated that Revan and Alec ought to have first reported back to the Republic and the Jedi rather than attempt to take Vitiate out on their own. And so they might have had those organizations not scapegoated them for what occurred to Malachor V during the war, during what is now known as the Jedi Civil War, or the Second Sith War, the atrocities of which were laid at the feet of Mitra Surik. And this is where the little hold on 1 second.
A little something here.
Do you want me to share the page while you're reading, Max?
All right.
Do you want me to share the page?
So, hold on. No. Hold on. I was just checking something out. Okay. I was just checking, make sure. Is it good? Am I good?
You're good.
You're good.
Okay. So this is where the things start. Born Nima Freestar before taking the name, the Mitra Surik name, the figure most commonly known as the Jedi Exile was the second daughter of Nomi Sunrider. Mima shared her mother's talents, which her half-sister Vima cautiously nurtured in her. Vima Sunrider had become a great Jedi, and her other student, Bastila Shan, had learned the rare talent of battle meditation, with which she later single-handedly turned the tide at the Battle of the Starforge, bringing about the Sith's defeat. Okay. So I take issue here. So
I take a lot of issues.
one thing I will say is that I absolutely adore the concept of Vima Sunrider training Bastila. I think that is awesome.
Yeah.
I think
Especially because Vimo was supposed to be Bastila, like at one point
Yeah.
in the development.
So I
Right.
love that. I think that's really great. However, I don't like this idea that Mitra Surik is like the other child of Nomi Sunrider, because that is as you say, a case of small universe syndrome or something.
I just don't know how you can
I
say
have-
that for one and not the other, though.
Well, because
I say it for both.
All right.
It's
'Cause,
just
Okay.
one is more understandable.
Then why did you
I've-
have three hands?
I
Well, because I have 3 points on which I hate.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
not that I hate this. It's
All
just that like
Okay.
it's
It's so
there's 3
funny because like I felt the exact opposite. I was like, oh, okay, this kind of I'm
Well,
fine
like,
with this one.
I rationalized it with Ulik and Revan because of the Jedi family thing, and like I get it for the Sunrider family and the Dakota family, but like I liked it as Mitra Surik being her own character and being
Right.
another just powerful Jedi and in her own right. I mean, obviously she was never on the level of someone like Revan or you know any of them, but like she was still a powerful Jedi, and like I could be made to come around to this. I just like why did what is the significance of the Mitra Surik name? Like what it like
Okay. We need
You
we need a conclave on Deneba. We're gonna get like Matt Wilkins involved. We'll get
I
Joe.
know like,
We'll get like
We-
Leland Chi to come. We're gonna have a conclave.
Chris Nelson.
Yeah,
pull
Chris.
him
No,
like
it's gonna
out.
be like busted up by the craft, but we're gonna talk about this. We're gonna like the Council of Nicaea. We're all gonna agree on who's related to whom going forward.
So before I respond to Marcel's point about caring about one but not the other, because I do care about, and I do want to go into that briefly. But
Al,
just to
this is your
lay out
show.
my issue- Just to lay out my issues.
Yeah.
I love the Jedi Exile. I love KOTOR 2. I don't know if I prefer it to KOTOR 1. I go back and forth all the time. It doesn't matter. So my wow. Look at that profile picture. Anyway, so my problems are threefold. Number one, why does she change her name?
Yeah, like what?
That to me is that's a very strange. I don't understand. I'd have to know where that other name comes from.
Yeah, I want what is the significance of that?
And why does she change it to something like Mitra Surik? Why not change it to a name that sounds good? Why not choose a good name?
I think it's better than Nima Freestar. Like I like
Wow.
Mitra Surik sounds cool. Like I don't know. It's like it's strange. Like, what is the significance of taking that name? Like, oh, I'm just gonna. I mean, like, there are people who just say they're gonna change their name, but like, there's usually like a
That's
reason
something that
for
I'd
it.
like to know in this paragraph. Is
Yeah.
why is her name different?
Yeah.
And where did this other name come from?
And the
Um,
thing is, it's just I cannot see Nomi Sunrider taking another husband
That's-
or baby daddy, whatever. I can't see
That's
that.
the second problem.
Yeah,
Isn't-
I
so
can see that.
so like it's so like she loved Ardor. She loved Ulick, and she got so burned by Ulick at the end.
Yeah,
Like she hates him at the start of Redemption.
Yeah,
Um,
but she still loved him. You know, she still
yeah,
did.
like it's so weird that she just gets another husband,
Yeah,
or she just
I
has
don't-
another kid out of nowhere.
Oh,
I
I'm
don't see
sorry.
that
Is she
happening.
supposed to be miserable for the rest of her life? I'm just
No,
kidding.
but,
I didn't
like,
say
she's-
that.
she
I actually have a
kidding.
problem with Ulick doing that too, but that's going to
would
come in with
be-
my response to you.
I feel like Nomi would be content that Ulick found peace in the end, and you know her daughter got more Jedi training, and she got a better understanding and like of her daughter out of this, and she would
Right.
be content to live out her days as Jedi Grandmaster with her daughter, knowing that the person she loved found peace in the end.
Right.
If she was, the timeline doesn't work out. I was going to say if she was Vima's daughter, that would be something, but that she's too young. She's
Yeah.
because Mitra is like 30 by the
Mm.
time of KOTOR 2. So
Right.
now here's the third problem. Here's the third and final
Oh,
problem.
wait. Can we
is-
just mention before the third problem? I just want to bring up that this was apparently cut content according to the end notes
Yeah.
from
yes,
the
so right.
KOTOR campaign guide by Abel Pena. So like this
But does
could
that
have
mean
been.
we should use it?
No, I don't. I just
know.
want to throw that. Okay, what's your
I
third
know.
point? What's your third point, Al?
So
Yeah,
the third point. Now I need Darth Sidious to either shoot this up or shoot this down. In the Revan novel, I got the impression that Bastila was only vaguely aware of Mitra Surik. Like she had met her, but that was about it.
Yeah.
And that she doesn't like her. Very like that's something like this person.
Yeah, they
had-
never
this person
really
had a really-
yeah.
Mitra didn't really have like any feelings towards Bastila.
Yeah,
which
they
is
were
weird,
just
'cause it's
they were indifferent to
Mitra's
each
whole thing.
other.
But no, Bastila did.
Okay,
not like
now that it makes sense, they are sisters.
that's
just-
the-
No, it doesn't work. It
I'm
doesn't
kidding.
work.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm
It
kidding.
doesn't
but, like,
work.
wouldn't Bastila like I don't know. It feels like they have a very weird relationship if they had the same master.
Exactly,
And
because it's like I remember reading it and reading their conversations. I was like, "Damn, this is kind of awkward," you know, because they're just they're indifferent to each other.
Because
know?
Bastila doesn't like Mitra because of her relationship
Yeah.
with Revan, not with her relationship with their master or anything like that.
Yeah.
That doesn't even come up, which you'd think. And it seems like they don't know. That's my big thing. It seems like they don't know each other. Now it's possible that Vima trained them separately, but the vibe I got from that paragraph is that they were not trained
Yeah.
separately. That is my
Yeah,
that is my. Now that could just be me misreading the paragraph and not.
No,
really
I don't think you
getting
are.
it.
I'm with
But-
you on this one.
Hello, Masquerade. Good to see you, man.
Hello.
I'm with you.
So those are my three big problems with this
You know,
with this retcon.
as we're talking about this and then talking and getting more in depth to it, I don't know if I can come around to this. I thought I could, and I don't think I can.
It took me a long time to get around with the Ulick thing. Now to be
That one
fair
I've
to Marcel, he's
quantified.
right.
I'm okay with that. I'll live with it. But at this one, I don't know. I can't.
He is right. There is a little bit of hypocrisy here. My defense, maybe not even a little bit, maybe a lot, but my defense would be Mitra Surik was sort of a known entity. Revan is a mystery character.
Yes.
We don't know what's behind there in the game.
Was
until the
Mitra
very
Surik a known entity?
Well, we know the exile. We know she was
Yeah,
Mitra.
We know Revan
that
too from KOTOR and SWTOR.
No, but we
But,
always
but there's not a mystery to her identity the same way Revan is. It's not like, ooh, who is Revan? Where did he come from? Like in the KOTOR comics, you don't see his face or anything. Mitra just rocks up in the Revan novel like, hey, it's me.
Yeah. And then she's in
Like-
SWTOR as well. She's vibing.
Look at this
In
leonine
universe.
face. I would wear. I would probably wear a Mandalorian mask too if I look like this, though. So.
He needs to go into the sun, directly into the sun.
Like a dirge in the Clone Wars. Was it
Every
obsession?
Superman villain.
Yeah,
Darth
every
Vader
Superman
as well, his body.
Okay.
That's true.
All right. So,
Darth Sidious says in KOTOR, Bastila and Karth debate whether or not the Revanchists were right. Well, clearly they were right.
so like I'm all right. The Revan and the Keldroma stuff I've quantified because of the fact of like powerful force using families and the fact that there's some other force at work that makes them this powerful. So I am all for it. Like, well, I'm not like all for it. I think we could live without it, but I'm okay with it. You know. So I've stowed away the Revan Keldroma thing. I'm okay with that.
Knock Keldroma.
Well,
Did you just dead name Revan?
I'm so well, he goes by both names.
Did you call him Kevin Keldroma? I'm sorry, I zoned out there for a second.
But it's this one that bothers me because it's like, I don't know. There's no like explained significance behind her taking the Mitra Surik name. It's just like, oh yeah, she took this name. I'm like, why though?
That's
like,
my
what is the reason?
I think that's my biggest problem.
So for me, that was easy to rationalize because it's often the case that children who are born to famous people want
but she didn't have the Sunrider name.
That's the other thing.
She was Freestar, so I don't know. It reminds me of like a bastard name in Game of Thrones. They call him Jon Snow.
But she's still like, in her journey of self-discovery and self-actualization, she wants to distinguish herself completely from. But we don't know. Freestar, her father could have been like some shipping magnate or something like that, right? I don't know. All I'm saying is that she could have just like been like, I'm done with lineages. I want to strike my own path.
But she was Mitra before she was like exiled.
Right.
So it's
I think I like that argument, Marcel. The problem is that's not really conveyed.
Hello, Comfort Eagle. Good to see you. Man.
Hey, what's up? Hey, we're talking about KOTOR 2. You better get comfy.
When Bastila points out how many people would still be alive if Revan listened to the Jedi Council, Karth says, and they would all be speaking Mandalorian. This is Darth Sidious that says that, and I agree. Why don't we talk about what got the exiled very quickly? So she was in charge of Revan's forces at Malachor 5. She could not allow the Neo Crusaders to win this engagement. If they did, the war would drag on for years to come. So she does basically like a Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yeah.
But if she used the mass shadow generators that Revan had constructed to wipe them out, she'd be killing not only the Neo Crusaders but all of her own forces. Not to mention devastating all the many innocents, probably was millions though, that hadn't yet evacuated Malachor 5. But how many will die if I don't act? From the bridge of her ship, she gave the order and watched in horror as the hammer blow fell. So devastating was this device that had not some primal instinct caused her to use sever force on herself, she would have perished as well. And so she survived, though she wished she hadn't. So now we know why she starts at level 1 kind of thing in KOTOR 2, because she severed force from herself. Yeah, but also she basically destroyed Malachor 5, right? It's a graveyard at this point. She wiped out all of the Mandalorians.
Yeah.
And because of this transgression, she was exiled from the Jedi Order.
So yeah, no, I'm it's just she was
yes
before.
Yeah, you bet. Actually, we're going to be talking about the entire end of the game. Maybe not. Yes, we're actually arguing about that right now. Good buddy.
She's a not Sunrider, but she is a Sunrider. Nomi's her mother, but she's got a different dad.
Yes.
But it's just weird because I remember this scene in the Revan novel where Revan goes to the temple and he's looking for Mitra and he's looking her up in the databases, and it's just recounting everything from before she was exiled. So it's and she was still going by Mitra, so it's
I love
Yeah.
Nomi's her mother? Yes, exactly.
Yeah, if you choose to take it as your canon, yes.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
so it's like she was known as Mitra in these archives and everything, and it's like you'd think in the Jedi archives she would be known as Nema Freestar because it's her name.
But again, I mean, like I brought it up jokingly before, but let's talk about like for a second, like dead naming. Like she would not want to be referred to as Nema Freestar because she has taken on a new mantle as Mitra
Yeah.
Surik, right? Like that is not what she would want to be referred to, and the Jedi Order would have to respect that in their archives, right?
Yeah.
They couldn't.
That's fair.
And that's why any reference to her as Nema Freestar would not be appropriate whatsoever. Right, because that is not who she is. She is Mitra Surik. That is who she is. That is who she has decided to be. Right. So
I can accept that. I like that.
Yeah.
I just think that there's like a fairly powerful kind of like she is trying to forge her own way here. She has made her own identity. I think that it's something that needs to be respected, and I think that's why the Mitra Surik thing goes down a little easier for me. Do I love that she's related to Nomi Sunrider? No. But if you ask me, like, would you rather Mitra be related to Nomi, or would you rather Ulic be related to Revan? I would probably choose the Mitra Nomi one.
Yeah.
Gun to my head.
For me, I like that idea with her name. I actually really like that. I wish that was explored more in the text.
Retcon from SE.
This is a retcon from SE.
Yeah.
However, my thing is that Revan is presented as like a J.J. Abrams character. He's presented as this big mystery, this big in the past. Whereas Mitra, when she interacts with people, like they know who she is.
Yeah.
They know Atris remembers her. She talks to her like there are dialogue options in the game that if you don't know what you're doing, it's just like having a regular
Revan is related to Ulic, is what Comfort Eagle says. Yes.
Yes,
Ulic's his father. I am your father. No, I am your father.
Yeah.
So wait, Masquerade said you would think the Jedi of the prequels would be talking about Jedi of the past generations and how they would continue their legacies. Yeah, I think a lot of information was lost though, right?
Yeah.
And this is the thing about Mitra is what I want to bring up is like she would probably bite anyone's head off or not want them to mention the fact that she was related to Nomi Sunrider, right?
I would counterpoint that Atris and especially Atris hates her. Atris is deranged in that game. She jumps down her throat immediately. But Kreia, like I said in an audio message earlier, like,
your mother did not have the wisdom to not sever Eula Kildroma from the Force. Thus, you are also a fool.
Yeah, like she would hang that over her head too.
All right.
Neither of them are above just manipulating on that.
All right.
So, they're both themes.
I love this group chat and this live stream and this group because everything you said, Marcel, like you gave me a 180 here.
About what? Like her wanting to like this is her identity?
Yes.
The Virgin Darth Revan versus the Chad Neek Queldroma. It's Nak Queldroma. Learn your lore, Maxwell. Anyways, good to see you, man.
Because that whole like the idea of dead naming that's something I know personally.
Yeah, for sure.
So I absolutely 100% feel that. So it's like I'm like when you said that I was like I've been like thinking it. I was like, this is why I love this live stream because you absolutely 100% like did give me a 180 on that one. I do wish it was a little more explored in the text, like just given a little more context on that. But I am absolutely like gonna take that. And
I mean, obviously, it's not like a apples to apples comparison because like dead naming specifically refers to like trans or non-binary people, right? But like in our world, but like I think the concept translates as that like this is who I am, right? Yeah. This is who I am. And you are not referring to me as who I am, and therefore you do not respect me as a person, right?
Yeah.
And so I think if we apply that to Mitra Surik, she has decided to, for whatever reason, we don't know, but for whatever reason, has decided to separate herself out of the Sunrider legacy.
Yeah,
right?
and that's I'm sorry, I just cut you off.
Yeah, no, please. I want your perspective.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
gonna shut up now. I'm shutting up now.
I'm with you on this.
Shutting up, sir.
I am with you
Wow.
on this now. So thank you for that, because I really wanted to get in on it. But also, yeah, Marcel is very based. So this
It confirmed,
this-
by the way.
Yeah. So this exact like concept of separating yourself from the family legacy is explored in the Legacy's Edge series, the Hand of Thrawn series. So there's a character named Marin Fell, and through events in the story, she like separates herself from the Fell legacy and them, and she goes by Marin
what I said.
Solo. But yeah, she goes by Marin Solo. I mean, she's still like, but they're they don't think
Right.
she's related to like those Solos.
Right.
And eventually, that's how we get Anya Solo.
Is she the Sal Solos? She's a part of the Sal Solos.
No, she's but she was Marin Fell, and then she like through events in the story again, she like disregards that whole family, and she doesn't like talk to anyone else. She just kind of goes her own way, and she becomes like a freighter cargo pilot, like on the Outer Rim. And
Right.
she just goes by Marin Solo. So that I like thinking of that, and then everything you said, I was like, all right, I'm vibing with it. I'm definitely here for it now. So thank you for that.
I just think like
I'm definitely more okay with it now than I was when we started.
yeah.
Me too.
I still can't get over, because I still am not fully 100% on board because of Atris, because I cannot see Atris not knowing and then not bringing it up. Atris is such a cruel and vindictive person. I can't see her not.
Jerk.
She's horrible.
Yeah,
She's so cruel for no reason.
I guess
I mean, you
like,
can also be pretty mean to her, but still.
there have been times in my own life where I wish I did not have the last name that I have because of my relationship with my own father, right? And so I could see, like, even if Nomi, Nomi would have been her mother, right? Mitra Surik.
Yep.
Even if Nomi was like a loving mother and stuff like that, like the Sunrider legacy is a legacy that is fraught with both heartbreak and also like, concern, like political, like there's an RPG called Onderon Cutoff. It's like Wizards of the Coast RPG miniature scenario.
Yeah.
And it indicates like Nomi is like, it's probably quasi canon. I don't even know if it's canon, but like it indicates like Nomi is fighting with the Revanchists. But what if that's not the case? What if Nomi as Jedi Grandmaster rejects the Revanchists?
Yeah.
And Mitra Surik wants to join the Revanchists, right? Because she believes in Revan's cause. Therefore, would it not make sense that she has at least an ideological falling out with her mother?
Yeah.
And wants to completely separate her name and her identity from her mother. And like, is that not her right as a human being to like forge her own destiny? We all have to find our own happiness, right? We all have an obligation to find our own happiness. And if she is tethered to this legacy that is, fraught with meaning and obligations and responsibility, I can see anyone in that scenario wanting to completely just separate themselves out and just do their own thing. Bantha Rock, exactly, from Legacy.
Yeah,
I guess
that's the perfect example.
Yeah.
I guess I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Anya Kuro was a design. I mean, like that's also possible. Anya Kuro actually gives off Kreia vibes. So
wouldn't Anya Kuro be a descendant of Brianna, the last of the last of the handmaidens? Sorry. But, every time I think about her, I have to scream.
Tell us how you really feel.
Last.
Yeah. The Skywalkers have probably the biggest weight on their shoulders of everybody in the galaxy. And Nat Skywalker says, I can't do this anymore. And he goes and leaves, and he becomes known by Bantha Rock. So it's like, and he goes and raises his own family, and they have the same name too. They're rocks, They're not the Skywalkers anymore.
And no one would know him as like Nat Skywalker, right?
Yeah.
It's always going to be Bantha Rock because that is who he is now.
And in the books in Legacy's Edge, like, like they some of them like accidentally like call him like Nat, and he's like, nope, Bantha. Like, call me Bantha. You know, it's Bantha now. So,
Also, isn't Bantha Rock like one of the coolest names you've ever heard?
yeah,
It's
what a
so,
Chad.
it's so cool. Yeah, it's so
He's
cool.
such a G. I love him.
He's one of my favorite characters.
He's so cool.
Yeah,
He's got a
like,
dope lightsaber too.
I know I've said that. I have like 50 favorite characters, so it all fits. But
And
Bantha Rock
this-
is definitely up there.
The same applies to Cade, because for him that name was associated with the trauma that he endured
Right.
because of it, and he's like, you know, like, be a Skywalker. Where is that anyone got anyone, you know? And he says
Right.
that to Luke. He's like, well, what did it do for you? What did it do for your father? You know, he's like, all that name's ever brought me was trouble and pain.
Right.
So I don't want
And-
it anymore.
And so, like, let's just apply that concept again to because I joked in the inverse, but like Nock Keldroma would never want to be known as Nock Keldroma. He would
He's Revan.
he would probably purge the archives of any reference
Yeah.
to Nock Keldroma because that is a legacy that just brings pain.
Yeah.
Right? That is a legacy that just brings pain because his father is essentially like a war criminal.
Yeah.
Like, that's what he
That's
is,
true.
right?
That's what he was last known as, isn't
Yeah.
it? Really just like Nomi and Vima who knew about
Right.
his
That's
family?
literally what like Silvar wants to go kill him because he's a war
Yeah.
criminal. Right. So I can easily see him basically just being Revan. Right.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
I'm totally I'm on board with this now, because now that we've discussed it, like I'm here for it. Like hell
And then
yeah. Like,
maybe
you
this
go-
refers back to Scions of Amnesia. It's like not only like people like intentionally forgetting, but like wanting to forget
yeah,
their past, right?
that's
Bantha Rock is one of the chillest looking guys he ever. He looks like he played bass in a metal band 40 years ago. I know, right?
he
looks like
he's
he
got,
lives
like,
a hard
the
life.
bandana on sometimes. Like he's just got the sick hair and the mustache. Like, ooh. what
So
a
he was
G.
always just Revan, right? Like in KOTOR and stuff like that. But in Supernatural Encounters, his birth name would have been Nock Keldroma.
Which means peace in Mandalorian.
Mandalorian, yeah.
But no, I am so down with this now. Like discussing it and learning and remembering all these instances where it's already happened.
Right.
You know,
I just
And-
think, it works.
specifically with Bantha Rock, I think that's the best like example of it. You know, so I'm so down with this, and I'm down with it for applying it to Revan too.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm chilling. I'm absolutely chilling with this, and
Because they're all Scions of Amnesia.
and
And that is the end of our stream.
so
just
I'm
kidding.
here for it. And
We're like
and again-
halfway through.
And again,
Oh, wow.
I will also reiterate that I absolutely still love that Vima trained Bastila. I think that's so cool.
I know. Yeah.
But I think it's great. And they must have Vima must have trained Mitra and Bastila separately, you know, because as Al brought up, like the scenes they share in the Revan novel, like feels like, I don't know, it feels very tense. But again, what if they have like had like a tense like rivalry, like for
Yeah.
favor of their master,
will-
you know?
There could be
to
a history
specific,
there.
Yeah.
The history that we get from the Revan novel is that Bastila does not like the Exile because she has this close relationship, or had this close relationship
Hmm.
with Revan. That is specifically what we get. Is
Yeah.
you had this relationship with my husband, and he's not around anymore, and I'm a little bit jealous of that. And you're
Yeah.
coming in here, you're the savior of the galaxy. She's like a
Yeah.
little bit like put down, basically.
Hmm.
Is like this
So
big shot coming in here.
Yeah, she's feeling like, you know, like jealous because, you're
So Comfort
you know,
Eagle says, but during KOTOR did he go by Nock before the reveal, or did they not touch on that? No, I think he was always, well, we don't know what he went by before he was Revan.
yeah, because like I'm trying to think back to the KOTOR comics. They call him like the Revanchist, or like Malik calls him like Master. Like he doesn't
Right.
really
And that's
say
all-
his
yeah.
name. So
By that point, he's a Revanchist, but we don't know what he went by.
yeah,
And Supernatural Encounters doesn't tell us that.
He might have just gone by Nock, but not Keldroma.
yeah,
He might have. Vima training Bastila is cool because Bastila was originally supposed to be Vima in development. Yeah, we mentioned that earlier. And Mitra is about 10 years older. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of I think room and for story and nuance there. Like, why is Bastila so cold to Mitra, right? Like there's probably a story there. So then we get to Tenebrae's trickery.
Yes. This is the thing Alex wanted to talk about, right?
Yeah. Malak and Revan come face to face with Darth Vitiate, or Tenebrae as he was originally known.
All right, sorry to kind of jump on this. I wonder if like Darth Tenebris kind of took his name from that, you know?
Probably.
From Tenebrae?
Right.
So,
Right, probably.
or like his master like dubbing him that. So, like I wonder if he kind of
Henceforth you shall be known as Darth Tenebris.
Yeah.
The Twi'lek, his Twi'lek master, I'm pretty sure he's a Twi'lek, is like, you suck so hard, you shall be known as Darth Tenebris.
He was a Twi'lek, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So after Malachor 5, so anyways, Tenebrae's trickery, I'm going to read the first paragraph. Had they not been so diminished in the light, Keldroma, that being Revan, of course, and Alec, might have been able to defeat Darth Vitiate, but this was no mere Dark Lord. Something else animated the mind and body of the one called Tenebrae. So that's why I think he's possessed, right?
Yeah.
Or even willingly so, but, possessed nonetheless. Something that could not be allowed to remain amongst the living. With a will as strong as Beskar, Vitiate sought to dominate their hearts and minds and bring them fully to the dark side. Many thought this was the turning point for the two heroes, but Revan and Alec made a choice. It was the same choice Revan's father had made, and for the same reasons, to stay alive long enough to gain the power they would need to destroy the darkness. And as the shadow was already in them, the thing that dwelt inside Vitiate accepted their conversions, and conversions is in italics, because it wasn't real, right? So they became Darth Revan and Darth Malak. Now as the pretended thralls of Vitiate, they accepted their mission in search of the Starforge. So essentially, this helps fix a lot of issues that people have with Revan, because people did not like that Vitiate was the one that turned Revan and Malak to the dark side.
Yeah.
They would much rather Revan and Malak turn to the dark side on their own devices. What this passage says that I just read is that, yes, they indeed did turn to the dark side on their own.
Yeah.
And Vitiate knew that, but didn't care because it still served the dark.
Yeah.
So he accepted. So he played along with them, like, yeah, I'm going to let you think that I turned you. But he knew that they were already there on their own.
This sounds like an arc straight out of Boardwalk Empire, where Nucky is playing one of the other gangsters, and they both know they're
So they actually do. In Darth Bane, he chooses like a lot of the Sith choose their own name. It's usually when there's more than two Sith that they choose their own name. So it's like Darth Bane chose his own because of his father used to call him Bane, and then Darth Kaitis picked his own name, or the fans did, but he chose that for himself, and then Darth Krayt chose his, and then in the one Sith, they always choose their own names, but it's usually just like the rule of two that had their names kind of chosen for them.
Right.
So like Darth Sidious, that was like chosen by like Plagueis. So.
And then we get in the next part. It was told basically, like, we're told that Revan and Malak will stop to no length. They will go to any length really because they feared Vitiate and the power that he had. They will go to anything to stop him, right? So they track down the rest of the star maps. They find the Starforge above Lehon.
There they are. Mm-hmm.
All that mattered was that they turned to the dark side. All that mattered to Vitiate was that they turned to the dark side. For that alone, which would ensure that whether by intent or not, they serve the way of the dark. So that's kind of smoothing over that retcon that people really had an issue with, that Vitiate was the one that turned to the dark side. It's like, no, they did it themselves, but Vitiate was cool with it because it still serves his ends, right?
Yep. Yeah, that's much better.
He's taken a big picture perspective to all of this.
Yeah, he's like, well, in the short term, they're disobeying me, but in the long term, this is all good for the darkness. I can get behind that.
And like
he's a big picture kind of guy. He lives forever.
Yeah, And Vitiate is definitely the type of guy to be like so sure of his power. He's like, even if they did this for that reason, they're never gonna beat me, you know. So
And according to that Revan novel, he didn't.
So wait, I actually don't think they found the Star Forge. I think they were still looking for it, right? Like Malik was still looking for it at the beginning of the KOTOR.
No, they had it.
No, they had it. He had it. Okay,
Didn't
that's
they?
how he was
Yeah,
able to
'cause
create his army.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I'm forgetting my KOTOR lore because there's just so much of it. But
There's a lot.
what's
There's
interesting
so
here is
much.
that they wanted to create their own Sith Empire so that they could defeat Vitiate, right? Like that was their plot. That was their plan. Well, yeah, Revan did end up beating Vitiate in the end in Echoes of Oblivion. We talked about this earlier. He beats not only Vitiate, but Valkorion and also Tenebrae.
Mhm.
Ken is back.
Welcome. You
Oh,
missed
hey,
all
what's
the
up?
excitement.
We get some triumvirate lore.
Oh yes.
Though the Sith Empire, this is on page 841. Though the Sith Empire they created fractured in civil war, from its ashes burst the Dark Wars. So that's what they're calling the KOTOR 2 wars, spearheaded by the Sith Triumvirate, led by Revan's former Jedi Master Darth Traya and her two baleful apprentices, Darth Nihilus and Darth Sion, who'd received tutoring in the starry wisdom of the Ankath.
There's some great stuff in here.
Comfort Eagle says, in my headcanon, the guy that beat Vitiate was the hero of Tython as well, because I main Jedi Knight. Well, you know what? Actually, it's funny that you say that, Comfort Eagle, because I went through all of the DLCs with my Jedi Knight. So for me, the hero of Tython was the same person as the Alliance Commander. And the Alliance Commander is the person who is basically the main character through all the DLCs. And who's the one who eventually beats Vitiate. So for me, like my canonical playthrough was that the hero of Tython was the exact same person who beats Vitiate, which is in line with the prophecy, because it's prophecy that the hero of Tython, who's the Jedi Knight storyline, will beat Vitiate, right? So I think it makes sense. Did you miss any funny moments? No, it's been a drab, dreary stream. Nothing. Yeah. Same. Yeah.
So this is great. So this is a little taste of something fantastic, because the rest of this page dispels that horrible fan theory from way back in the day that Zane was Darth Nihilus. That is the bane of my existence. They thought Zane was Darth Nihilus.
No way.
If for any reason anyone thinks that, I am going to become Darth Nihilus and consume the planet you're on.
Okay, so why don't we read the next three paragraphs? Max, why don't you start with Master Aaron K? You can read Kreia, and then I'll read the Darth Sion paragraph, and then because Al's so fired up about it, he can read the Darth Nihilus paragraph.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Master Aaron K, who had donned the alias Kreia from the portmanteau of K and Traya, had turned to the dark side years earlier, after the Jedi Council blamed her unconventional methods for the fall of Revan. The students who joined him and the surreptitious aid of the Revanchist faction. She went into exile. And then do you go from there, or do I keep reading a little bit?
Keep reading.
All right. But it wouldn't be until her discovery of the Treyas Academy on Malachor 5 and the corrupting incunabula of the Shadow Council that she became Darth Traya. As her teachings had always been unorthodox, so were they even after embracing the Sith mantle.
I think it's interesting how she names herself after the Treyas Academy, but also rhymes with Kreia, so it makes sense. Yeah. It's a nice etymological syncretization right there.
So she is.
Dan, good to see you, man. He this Sunday I think is going to be talking about Young Jedi Knights Book 2. So tune into his channel if you're around. He talked about Young Jedi Knights Book 1 last stream, and it was a really good discussion. Actually, it made me change my perspective on YJK Book 1. So definitely check it out. Richard, good to see you, man. If this is the same Richard, which I think it is, I met Richard at Legends Con. His paperbacks of SE just arrived. I had talked to him about Supernatural Encounters at Legends Con, and he's like, "Oh, that sounds really interesting. I think I'm going to buy a copy." Really great guy. I would love to have him on a channel sometime, and hope to see him at Legends Con too. Okay, Frankie, I will call you Frankie. Okay, I will read the second paragraph about Darth Sion. Darth Sion was a former Sith marauder for Exar Kun, which is actually the lore, right? Like we knew that before.
Yes.
He too delved into the caliginous abrogations of the Lich Lords from the Traius Core, the same extreme and seldom employed version of Ukubokum and the Ninushwodzakut and Dedu and the remnants of the exiles used to become Nefandus skeleton kings.
So this is why Andedu looks like he does.
Yeah, and that's why Darth Sion's able to like hold himself together with just like hate alone.
Yeah.
Why he looks like frosted flakes crammed together.
Yeah, we're talking about KOTOR 2, Dan. I don't know if you've actually ever played it, but yeah, that's what we're talking about right now. And you're going to talk about Darth Nihilus.
Should we also say the Aaron K stuff? Should we?
We will. We'll circle back to it. Let him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big revelation that could talk about all day. Darth Nihilus was the other impossible survivor of the mass shadow generator super weapon that had ended the Mandalorian Wars. Taking his sobriquet, I'm not French. I don't know how to pronounce these things. From the Nile retreat,
that's cool.
Plumbed the depths of those ghastly, life-devouring techniques of Rakfrum, by which countless victims could be sapped to feed the dark appetites of its master. A power that came easily to him, where Sion turned his fury and assassins against the Jedi. Nihilus was far less discriminating. A beast, born of genocide. What humanity Nihilus once possessed was long since gone.
Oh, man.
And he was also not Zane Carrick.
Frankie says Sober K is the title nickname, Al. There you go. You've been schooled, Al. And we're told that very quickly this becomes this triumvirate becomes a duumvirate. So because the Lord of Pain, that would be Darth Sion, and the Lord of Hunger, Darth Nihil, basically kick out Darth Traya because they get tired of her constant rebukes and abstruse teachings. I love that.
Because she
so I felt after KOTOR 2. Yeah.
Yeah. No, absolutely. She named herself after betrayal, and they're like,
And also the Traius Academy, right? She was like, they're like, I don't care about her anymore.
Her title is the Lord of Betrayal. They're like, I wonder if she's going to betray us. We should probably jump on that before she does. Yeah. So.
They're like, Darth Traya, you're like school in summertime. No class.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay.
Darth Nihilus not being Zane Carrick, that's a huge W. Aaron K being yeah, exactly.
And he was
Aaron K.
Was Al, not Zane Carrick, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Because Kreia is a party member.
Yeah, you meet her right after this would have happened, roughly.
Yeah.
Give or take. But Aaron K being confirmed to be Kreia, that's so sick, because she has this great relationship with Brianna in that she manipulates her. She manipulates Brianna into hating another member of the party, who we will get to soon. Brianna tells this story, and Kreia has a lot of insights into Brianna and her mother, which is really weird. If they aren't the same person, they're kind of described in a similar way, and it was such a good theory. I'm glad Supernatural Encounters confirmed it. Throughout the Revan novel,
this was the big thing you were talking about at the beginning of the stream, right? Like this.
No, it's not.
No, okay.
No, but it is a big thing. I don't want to diminish it. This is a really cool thing. I like a lot. But the Revan novel sort of softly josts this by referring to them as separate people.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have it thrown away. It's nice to have the Revan novel get a taste of its own medicine and get retconned a little bit.
I would love for Drew Karpyshyn to read this chapter and just like give me his thoughts. Masquerade said, if the Jedi had known, they would have dealt with Kreia immediately because it seems like she's already corrupted by the dark side. I think that's the case, yes. The Jedi at this point, they're very much diminished, right? Like they've just gone through a quote unquote civil war. And so I think they're, you know, and it's basically said like if Revan and Malak hadn't, well, actually, we'll talk about that. We haven't gotten to that part yet. It's like a page away. But there's this really cool, it says, for Darth Nihilus, there's clear comparisons to Darth Vitiate and the eldritch powers of the Cosmic Wars. His Hendanen death mask and black cerements of a Sith Lord were little more than trappings, concealing something older and fouler than anything of this galaxy.
I love that little...
I love that line, too.
That's
yeah,
so cool.
Darth City says Sion seems to hate Kreia with a capital H in KOTOR too. Yeah, I mean he is the Lord of Pain, and she probably brings him even more pain. So then we get the end of KOTOR 2, like sort of summed up in 2 paragraphs here on page. I actually don't know what page it here. Let me see if I can find it. It's on page 842, I believe. Having herself been sundered from the Force at the Battle of Malachor V, Mitra Surik was able to not only resist Nihilus's indomitable powers, but bring the physical mockery of his ethereous being to its end, killing Sion and Treya shortly thereafter.
Rip.
She ends the Dark Wars, and then she leaves known space in search of Revan, who had departed to the unknown regions years earlier in search of the true Sith, right? Which is constantly being referenced by Kreia throughout KOTOR 2. Concept of true Sith. Mitra Surik left behind a motley assortment of pupils known as the Lost Jedi, and it was these who spearheaded the revival of the Order after the Jedi Purge, which is interesting.
Yes.
And you know what? Actually, I think this accounts for why maybe some of these records are lost over time, is because there was really a purge of the Jedi at this time.
Yeah.
So I could see, you know, kind of things being lost to time, right? All those moments lost in time, like Tears and Rain. Scions of Amnesia. I want to bring it up again.
Yeah.
The Dark Wars, aka the Sith War 2.5. It really was the Sith War 2.5, right? Like that's the perfect way of putting it, I think.
Nice.
Drew Karpyshyn is your favorite writer in terms of prose. His prose is smooth. It's like it's smooth. Yeah, it's so smooth.
Oh yeah.
But as
Revan
a novel,
novel,
the Revan novel is so good. As a Star Wars book is like it's a mess with all these retcons and all this stuff. But I do really enjoy it as a read.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's good. It's why I hate it so much.
That's why you
suck.
Yeah. We don't know if Zane died during the Purge. We don't know. We don't know the final fate of Zane character. I'd like to think he lives happily ever after. But sorry, KOTOR spoilers. He doesn't die at the end of KOTOR or anything like that.
So the next section here
is the verification of unity. This is all you. Why don't you tell us about the Sorcerers of Rand?
So should I just read it and then I'll get into get into it?
Yeah, read as much as you want for sure.
I'll just try to read as much of it here as I can. Give me 2 seconds. During the final years of the Sith Civil War, Visas Mar, one of Surik's foremost pupils, joined forces with the Jedi Guardian, Bialia, who is the lover of the famed Cathar Jedi, Juhani. Mar's dreams had been haunted by disturbing imagery of dead worlds and writhing shadows, which she inscribed in her journals. With a new threat emerged in Karnak Tutsu of the Sorcerers of... Did I miss it? No, I did. Of the Sorcerers of Tund, she believed this to be the menace that Revan and Surik had gone in search of, and together they went forth to defeat it.
See, she was more right. She was more right than Revan and Malak, because these are actually the true Sith. Okay, continue.
That's awesome.
Continue.
Okay. Before dedicating themselves to the philosophy of the unity, the Sorcerers of Tund traveled beyond Tund in a ritual sojourn called the Verification, which was intended to ascertain who on Twitter is a real person. I mean, the Unity's claim that all reality is the Force. While most returned with their commitment to their cosmology redoubled, Karnak Tetsu resisted. Consumed by the petty pleasures of the galaxy, the illusion of the material world, and with a flair for the dramatic, he declared himself Karnak the Maleficent.
I love that name. That was going to be my stream name for tonight. Karnak the Maleficent.
That's a pretty sick
It was
name.
going to be Marnak the Maleficent. Yeah.
Elevating himself above his peers to become the Lord of Tund before conquering the planet Damak, which he renamed Karnak Alpha, so as to create a redoubt of power in the waning days of the Dark Wars. Very Megatron. I love it.
Mhm.
After terrorizing the citizens of Karnak Alpha for over 5 years, turning his victims' tongues into snakes and water into poison, Karnak's reign of terror was brought to an end by Visas Mar and Bialya. As Mar had believed incorrectly that the Tundites were all there was of the true Sith, the Order supposed the danger overcome and declared the old Sith Wars over. But these were stepping stones to powers far older and more ruinous.
Nice.
All right. Tell us, what do you think?
This is the most important 3 paragraphs in this whole book for me.
In the entire Supernatural Encounters, this is the most important 3.
All of this was for those 3 paragraphs.
Wait. Tell me. Explain to me. Help me understand.
So I have there are stories that I want, that I really would like to see, that would sound really cool. Dooku training Qui-Gon. I want to see more of that. That sounds really neat. Vima being a Jedi Knight. That sounds awesome. There are stories that I think about it. I was like, oh, that would be so cool. I'm thinking specifically of a Marco Ragnos novel where you see his rise. Nice. Awesome. And a British novel between NJO and YJK. I think that would do wonders for that new era. But then there are stories that I will not let go of the expanded universe until I see in place. Luke fading into the Force. I have to see it. I have to see it before I can let go.
Well, there's a movie called The Last Jedi.
No. Fade into the trash right where it belongs.
Continue. Okay.
Zane and Jarrell getting a happy ending and confirming that they lived through KOTOR 2 and they are happy and over there. That I need to make sure they're okay. Scout making it to the NJO, seeing that there was hope.
Let's go. Scout.
Yeah, I have to know. Visas Mar getting over the exile's death. I needed to see it. I had to see it before I could be happy with it. Before I could be happy with Star Wars. If I did not know that she got over that, we can't let go. The expanded universe has to continue. I have to see it. I have to know that she's okay. This might take a while. I'm going to try to make this quick. I'm sorry, guys, but
you said it was going to take an hour, so let's go. I'm ready for it.
I'm going to try. I'm trying to make it quick. I wrote down points.
You go.
So I've been trying to think. This was asked me on the KOTOR 2 stream. Yeah, that's also pretty. I also kind of want to see that.
Scott Johnson says, "Happy Star Wars Podcast Day. You 3 are carrying the banner. Glad I could catch some of this episode." Yeah, I mean, this is a hallmark episode for us. It's all like the KOTOR, SWTOR stuff. Good to see you, Scott. Every time I see Scott Johnson, it's just like a ray of sunshine in my day.
Can I just say this? We've been talking about this chapter for 3 hours already, and it's just a single chapter.
Yeah, it's like so we've talked like 7 pages.
That's
3 hours.
Insane. Can you imagine
it covers so much. Yeah, no, it never would have happened.
Yeah.
That's do you now know why I said, guys, let's get its own chapter?
If only because this little thing here.
You go. All right, I want to hear this.
Oh no, it's all right.
Go.
On Saturday we were streaming, and the guy who was playing the game, Fire Machi, asked me, "Why do you like Visas Mar so much?" And I struggled to give him an answer because I haven't really thought about that. And so last night, after I read this, and I was thinking about this for hours. For the record, I am deranged. Like 2 hours, I was sitting up in bed, like, why do I like this character? But she, like, when I first played through KOTOR, I didn't really think much of her. But towards the end, when you and her and Mandalore have to team up to take down Nihilus, there's this little exchange that really, like, cemented her as being like, oh, I actually really like this character. And then on my second playthrough, I exclusively used her. Like, I would go back to the ship, I was like, oh, I want to use Mirror, I want to use that. And then I was like, but the other person's going to be Visas no matter what. And she just kind of became my go-to character. And I just really became attached to her for some reason. I don't know exactly what. I think part of it, she has a really good design. Her voice, Kelly Hu does a perfect job. She's so good. Her character, it's really sad, really tragic, but uplifting at the same time.
Look, as someone who felt that Showa Nebkulu was taken before her time, I absolutely want Visas Mar in my life. Okay, so
your your Visas Mar is to like my Jaina Solo, like that's like
she. So my top 10 favorite Star Wars characters of all time: Luke, Bane, Obi-Wan, Vader, Palpatine, Han Solo, Zane Carrick, Visas Mar.
Man, my list is like wildly different than yours. It's like Jar Jar Binks, like number one. Like I'm not even joking. Like Jackson is up there probably too.
Oh no, Jackson's up there. Let me tell you something.
Empatea Jayos Brand is right up there too.
Let's go.
Empatagayos Brand.
My boy.
Yeah.
I've got my
Gem Yasana.
Oh god. Randon Rel.
Well, no, I don't know anything about him, so how could Randon Rel be up there?
I've got my list like written down. I know it like by heart. It's
Ben Quaterneros is definitely up there.
Obviously.
Thank you. I'm writing a story about him.
Mine is it's from 1 to 10: Jaina, Mara, Luke, Jason, Anya Solo, Ben Skywalker, Tahiri Vela, Tenel Cod, Jagged Fell, and Obi-Wan.
Okay. You had that mapped out already.
I've had this mapped out for like more than a year.
I think Scout would be in my top 20 though. She's an amazing character.
Oh yeah,
Scout.
I think she's like 15 here.
Yeah.
Luke, Bane, Obi-Wan, Darth Vader, Han, Palpatine, Zane, Visas, Leia, and Villy. Then Lando, Wedge, Tot, Jarail, Marn, and then
Lando's my favorite Star Wars character of all time. But yeah, definitely. I don't know, like it depends like what era, right? Like Leia is my favorite character in some like eras, and then like you got Luke in some other eras, right? Like it just depends like when are we talking about? That's what I want to know.
Like Star Wars as a whole, like everything.
For me, it's Luke. Luke is the overarching character who I love the most. Even
Cornhorn is definitely in my top 20 as well.
He's so dumb. He's the dumbest character in existence.
Yeah.
But I love him anyway.
Luke?
No.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Luke is
like you said Luke is like your favorite in the overarching. Mine is Jaina, so it's like what Marcel, yours is Lando. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Jaina Solo though is my favorite Solo kid, hands down. Always has been from like day one. And I think like if you read the Crystal Star, she's like the Solo kid in that book.
Oh yeah, I loved her in Crystal Star, and like there's really like cringe posts from me back in like 2014ish, like on my Instagram, like if you really dug deep in there, like it's just me like talking about like Jaina Solo and just like spamming pictures of her on my Instagram page. So I've been here for a long time.
Do you remember before you read the Crystal Star where I was like, Max, you're gonna love it because it's like the Jaina Solo show? And was I right?
Yes, you were. And I was so good. I was reading it. And I was like, let's go. I was like, I love this.
Yeah.
It's very cute. I
flew through that book in like 3 days. It's such a good book. I don't care what anybody says. I love the Crystal Star.
No, it's awesome. I like it.
So now we sorry, go ahead, Al.
Oh no. So like I don't have like, so for Zane Carrick, the reason I like him so much is like he's the most relatable Jedi to me. He has such a great arc. His relationship with Marn and Derail and with all the KOTOR characters is like top notch. I love his design. I love his yellow lightsaber. It looks awesome. I know he gets a blue one later, but that one sucks. Yeah, blue. Give me the yellow. Anyway, sorry. With Luke, it's Return of the Jedi. It's a very specific, like, it's his behavior in Return of the Jedi, then it's his behavior later on in the EU, and we see him more.
Yeah.
With Han, it's Paradise Snare and what he does there. With Visas, it's just her vibe. She just vibes with me. I just really like her. Probably more than any other character. It's just like her vibe. It just checks.
Some of those characters you just kind of you see and you're like, hell yeah, like I like that guy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And a big thing is like she's of the KOTOR 2 characters, she's the most ride or die, and that's what really got me. It's like in the first game, Canderous Ordo hears your revenue. It's like, oh yeah, let's go. And I was like, yeah, you're my guy. I like you. He like doesn't turn your back on you. Where Karth is like, I don't know if I can hang out with Revan anymore. Then get off. Go away, Karth. Quit whining. But like, she has your back right from the moment you talk to her. I really like that.
You know, the wild thing is that Karth Onasi knows Zane Carrick, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
And
he has a great scene with him too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I love
continue.
That. So why I needed this? Why is this fourth in the most important stories that I need? Why is this? Why does this like override all of this other stuff?
I love this.
The Revan novel utterly screwed KOTOR 2 and SWTOR, for the record. Both of them destroyed that game. Like did not care that it was like trampled all over it.
Wasn't it supposed to be like an intro to SWTOR?
Yes.
Okay.
What? Wait. Which, the Revan novel or the?
That's right, the Revan novel.
Yeah.
It was like a tie-in media. Yeah.
Yeah. It even has the banner. It just tramples all over the KOTOR 2 characters. They're barely acknowledged. I think most of them just are not. They're like, oh, Mitra Surik, and then these guys who we don't care about, which sucks and I hate. And then Mitra dies. This character who Visas built this to be fair, very unhealthy relationship with, just dies. She doesn't get to say goodbye. And as someone who has like not had the opportunity to say goodbye to people that he's loved, like that hit me. I was like, no, you can't do that to her. You can't take that. So it just didn't feel fair that not just the KOTOR characters were swept aside, but like Visas wasn't given that story to grieve, to like know that she got over it, that she could move on.
Yeah.
So this gave me that closure that I've needed for so long. You know, Visas was hurt, but she wasn't crippled by it. She was able to channel that and defeat this super powerful dark side energy. Right. And something that I thought about more today is this helps lessen the blow of Juhani just getting thrown out off screen.
So
because you see her lover.
Visas kills Karnak the Maleficent.
Yes.
Yeah, Karnak is such a great. It's like Egyptian, right? Like great name.
Something like that. It's awesome.
Based. Also, can I read the first kind of sentence? Did that lag?
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right. I was just asking if I could read the next part when we get to it. Just the first like sentence or so.
You mean section 2? Because we're now entering 3 hours and 17 minutes into the stream. Oh. Section 2 of chapter 78. Wars and rumors of wars. The extirpation of Darth Vitiate. Go ahead, Max.
All right. This is so cool. So, from the Sith Civil War emerged Darth Execuary, a cannibalistic black-furred Wookiee who kept the lineage alive in a throne room of subterranean magma beneath the icy citadel of Ziost. That's so cool. A Sith Wookiee. That's like amazing. And he's a cannibal, which is nuts. And he's got black fur. So he's like if you know the character Black Chrysanthemum from those
Black Chrysanthemum, yeah.
Yeah. So that's so cool. And then the last of his line would be the Fioran Darth Trocious, who would be killed by a team of Jedi after instigating the Iridonians to attack the Republic 2 centuries before the Great Galactic War, the start of the Inter-Sith Wars period. So there's another one, but there's some really cool names at the end of this, which I'd also like to read when we get to it. But
Sorry, I found this picture of like a Sith Wookiee.
Yeah, so that's what you can probably imagine what this Darth Exequerry would look like. Nice.
Shakti is awesome.
Shakti is based.
So,
yeah,
okay. Yeah.
But you can imagine that this is probably what he would look like, the Sith Wookiee.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Why don't you read the names at the end?
All right, so this is really cool. So shout out to all my friends who have played Force Unleashed on the PS2. With the end of Tenebrae and the succeeding Emperor Vauron, and the wars waged by those such as Darth Malgus, Darth Desolus, and Desolus's rival Darth Phobos, the Inter-Sith Wars finally came to an end over 16 centuries after Vitiate's spiritual death. So, if you've ever played Force Unleashed on the PS2, it has a lot more than like the Xbox version or PS3 version or anything like that.
So weird how it has extra content.
Yeah, it's strange. But in a mission in the Jedi Temple, you come across like the specter of Darth Desolus, and he's a Powan Sith Lord, and he's got like a dope shield and everything that you fight him with.
Yeah.
And then there's another fight in the archives.
Sorry. Masquerade said, "You mean Chew Black?" Yes. That's who we meant.
But there's another fight in the archives of the Jedi Temple as well with Darth Phobos, and she is a Thelan Sith Lord, and she's got like a double-bladed lightsaber, and she looks awesome, and she's got like crazy like abilities where I think she can kind of go invisible or something along those lines, or create hallucinations. And then obviously everyone knows who Darth Malgus is. So, but like, can we look up a picture of these two Sith, Darth Phobos and Desolus? Or
okay, I'll start with Darth Desolus.
He's such a Chad. He's a Powan like Sith Lord. So cool.
Yeah, here. I don't know if this might just be like, oh wait, no, actually I think I found a better one. No, this one's not bad. People are just creating like fan art though, right? So you're okay if I pull up fan art?
Sure.
Okay. Well, Powans are of course the same. They're like what, Utapau?
Yep.
Right?
We see them in Revenge of the Sith.
And of course the Grand Inquisitor is a Powan.
Yes. There he is. Look at him.
So that's Darth Desolus.
Yeah, and he's got a cool shield and everything that he uses to fight.
Okay, and here is Darth Phobos.
Jeez. No.
Okay, I'm just kidding. Sorry, that picture's so cursed.
It is. Oh my gosh. But yeah, Darth Desolus. He's
at
cool.
least it wasn't Tom Selleck again.
Oh yeah. Oh god.
Okay, this is interesting actually. Here, Darth Phobos. I'm gonna pull up some fan art, but it's actually really good because it has like lightsabers and such.
Who doesn't like lightsabers?
I know, right? Here.
There she is. Yeah, that's Darth Phobos. See, like I love these like obscure Sith Lords, and they're so cool. I'm so glad they got a mention in this, because they really only appear in Force Unleashed in the PS2 version. So
I would love to give a shout out to Joe for dealing with the entire era of SWTOR in less than a page. Well, spends pages talking about Tales of the Jedi and KOTOR 1 and 2. And like, just what a giga Chad.
He gave me a whole section on the most underrated character in the whole era, and then looked at the worst era and just said, no. Shame.
So I'm just going to read SWTOR for you. Because it's going to be short. Like Max already read the last paragraph, but I'm going to read. So their conquest there being, of course, Vitiate and his forces of the galaxy began with the Great Galactic War in 3681 BBY and ended nearly 30 years later with the victory at the sacking of Coruscant, which you can watch the video of that, Darth Malgus storming the Jedi Temple,
Yes.
which led to the Treaty of Coruscant. Not all of the Republic acceded to this coup, and a Cold War between these forces commenced until the resumption of major conflicts in the Galactic War of 3643 BBY. And that resumption of conflict is sort of like at the end of the main storyline of SWTOR before the DLCs. It says, much discussion has been had on this complex period and its many twists and turns. Suffice it to say that the Sith were beset by many of the same inescapable flaws that had undone their contemporaries. And perhaps it is for this reason that the inscrutable Emperor Vitiate betrayed his own empire in favor of a second regime, the Eternal Empire, which he had constructed on Zakul under the name of Valkorion. This time, however, his battle-honed Dark Council divined through acuminate auguries retribution against Vitiate, and so, casting aside Sith pride to ally with the Republic in the war against Zakul, they helped bring about the final demise of the execrated energumen at the hands of his many foes in a vicious battle of wills. And then there was the part that Max read earlier with the end of Tenebrae. So Joe has just dealt with all of SWTOR in like 2.5 paragraphs. And we're all thankful for it.
Oh.
We're all the better for it.
You know, I do enjoy playing the game. It's a fun game. I like a lot of the stories, all of the retcons, all of the lore. Terrible.
Frankie says, "God bless Joe." Yes, I think we can all
Absolutely.
He also says he wants to bleach his eyes. The real Inquisitor, not that poser that got defeated by Junior Hero. Yeah, I think. Are you referring to the Inquisitor that would show up in the Kenobi show? I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
So Ed, thank you for joining us. Shout out to Edward Dodds, one of the editors of Supernatural Encounters. He says the SWTOR spirit flesh confusion from earlier. The description of SWTOR as a spirit animating a sort of lich body was an attempted fix. I like it.
That's interesting.
I put a
Here we have Nad avoiding Dread War and Vitiate was designed to explain what the original Tales of the Jedi story had Nad fleeing the reigning Dark Lord to Onderon, which didn't make sense of his murder of SWTOR. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Actually, that does make a lot of sense. It's like, why would he kind of limit himself to one planet and hide out there? And yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, okay. Like that's fair.
The Grand Inquisitor that first appeared in Rebels. That's right. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Keanu cat person.
I had to put a cloak on him. It's cold in my room, and it was the first thing I grabbed.
That's fair.
It's actually the Luke Skywalker one from Return of the Jedi.
That's incredibly based.
Yeah.
We talked about how Joe dealt with SWTOR in like 2.5 paragraphs, and now we're on a subchapter heading called the Pacian Empire, and we're introduced to a character named Sallow Morn. It says, after a sickening display of violence, he proclaimed himself Dark Lord before Pacia's gathered human citizens, and as Nad had done before him, he exiled any who objected to his rule, sending many to the penal colony on neighboring Dathomir.
Nice.
So this is over 500 years after Vitiate on the small planet of Pacia, which is interesting because it's close to Dathomir, but I haven't really heard about this before, and I was like, oh, is Sallow Morn from something? Here, let's double check.
Does kind of
is this
that's
setting
that's like a great Star Wars name, Sallow Morn. He is, in fact, over a millennium after the end of the Great Sith War. He is from the Crypt of Sallow Morn, which is I believe, Wizards of the Coast in role-playing game. It says to be used with a dark side source book. It's a web enhancement published called the Crypt of Sallow Morn. So this sort of brings that in, and we're told that he handpicked Corinth Impalers, which Corinth, I mean like the Corinth Dissension, which appears in the post-Return of the Jedi timeline. So it's interesting to see that like it's already in place here. Transformed the Pacian Empire from a small but powerful fiefdom ruling over the Quelly sector to the stuff of legends whispered of in taverns and cantinas across the Outer Rims.
Oh man!
But it was brought to a collapse a short time later in 2992 BBY when Morn's impalers failed to conquer the Drakmarian warlords. Says his wretched spirit, bound to his repurposed helm, endured in his crypt surrounded by the sarcophagi of rejected students, while his precious artifacts were acquired and sold by an opportunistic Pacian trader. I just love that. That's such like a D&D adventure. It's like, yeah, this cursed helm that has like this
Awesome.
like evil lord in it, and you're gonna have to do something with it.
It's like the helm of Nobu from A Young Justice, where like he is in the helmet, and when you put him on, you become Dr. Fate, but he takes over your body. That's awesome.
That's right. That's Dr. Fate.
Marcel,
I love the Justice Society. Yeah.
That
What's up?
reminds me of Momin from the new canon stuff, because he was possessed in the helmet, and then like whoever put it on.
Lord Momin, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
that reminds me of.
I like the idea that Sith spirits, like, they don't live on after death, but unless they're like tied to a specific like item, like Frida Nad was like his sarcophagus or whatever, I guess. But and Lord Momin was that mask, right?
Yeah.
Frankie says, who won the SWTORs canonically? I'm guessing the Republic did. I think we can safely say the Republic did, yeah.
Yeah, because they're still here.
We are graced by Kyle.
Hello,
Kyle. Good to see you. I talk to Kyle
Great
like every
seeing you.
single day, so I feel very privileged to have his friendship. Yes, perfect episode to sit in on. Certainly, it's one chapter and we're already 3 hours and 30 minutes in. Yes, 2 times speed. Hopefully, my voice is not annoying 2 times as fast.
Oh gosh, me too.
Take that, Empire players. That's right. Well, I mean, I think it's just really like, realistically speaking, like the Republic continues on, right? So,
Yeah. And we ain't seeing no vitiate in the Bane Wars, so he had to go somewhere.
thank Luxos.
It's the worst thing in
Thank
existence.
Luxos.
There's this last paragraph here. It says, only after he was imprisoned in his tomb did Morn discover that it had not been the spirit of Frida Nad that had guided him years before, but the spirit of the Dread Mother, who had her own plans for Dathomir. So the Dread Mother is like, what's her name? Is it Horla, I think, right? And she has just been like kind of
Something like
pulling
that.
strings on Dathomir for ages now. And then we get to the subchapter heading Solipsistic Sith,
Yeah.
which I immediately thought of. Like solipsistic is like,
I'm the
Daemon,
only person who
Lord
exists.
Daemon, right?
Yeah.
From Knight Errant.
Let's go, Night Errant.
Can we just plug how great the Knight Errant novel is, and I don't give a crap
Hell yeah.
if anyone says otherwise.
Oh, wait.
Oh no. Is it that ELC?
You
You
know
getting that
it.
ELC over there?
You know it.
Yeah, that's
I'm gonna
fair.
plug this. About the Knight Errant Essential Legends collection just came out yesterday.
The
Yeah.
first time that style has been attempted and
Oh,
works on the cover.
wait. You know what? This cover is like one of the few Essential Legends covers that I like better than the original.
The original's
It's
kind
so
of.
cool. I like
Um,
both of them. I think they're great. But yeah.
The Old Republic covers have been getting that same like art style, and this is the first time that like, ooh, that looks good. I like that. The others,
Ed-
I'm,
So bad.
Ed says that Pollard Sirio is the president of Zerka, retconning him as the Dark Side Antiquities curator who seemed distinctly sinister, tempting in Tales of the Jedi audio drama, was new to SE. Okay, that's interesting because I haven't listened to that audio drama, but I know like in the comics, it doesn't really seem like there's anyone guiding their hand, but it makes sense. Like, how would they be able to just take this item from this museum without getting detected, right? They would have had to have an inside man. So this is really, really good information, is that Pollard Sirio, president of Zerka, but also kind of helped them obtain that, Sith book that they ended up bringing to Lord King Amun.
that is.
Masquerade says he has Knight Errant because the title makes sense because Jedi Knight. Yeah, she's Knight Errant, and also Knight Errant. Take out the NIGHT and the NT, and you get Kara. Right?
Hey,
Knight Errant, Kara.
that's cute.
Yeah. Did you know that, Max?
Now I do.
Okay. John
Yeah.
Jackson Miller mentions that in his interview with Stevie. He's like,
Really?
I got the name. Yeah, he's like, I got the name Kara from like Knight Errant. If you take the K from Knight and then the Era from Errant, you get Kara Holt.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love Tara Holt.
That's very cute.
I was gonna say I love John Jackson Miller, but yeah, I love Kara Holt
I
too.
like that guy too.
Oh, yeah.
He's just such a
Hey,
great
I
guy.
ain't gonna disagree. With John Jackson.
Wow, we have a bunch of editors here now.
Yeah.
Great
Between
seeing you.
Superlit, Kyle, and Ed being here and plugging that Aaron, it's like you're conducting a summoning ritual to conjure me. That's right.
Night Aaron
Corey,
gang, rise up.
You know, it's funny. I've been talking to Corey for months now, and has fast become a good friend. And I had the opportunity and the privilege to stream with him the other night on Saturday night, much to my surprise on Brennan's stream, because we are like in vastly different time zones. But really great guy.
That was a fun.
The ritual is nearly complete. That's right. The new Night Aaron cover, it looks like Dragon Age vibes. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I get a bit of that as well. Yeah, especially from Dragon Age 2, that kind of aesthetic. So solipsistic Sith doesn't refer to Lord Daimon, although we do get a footnote referring to him because, of course, he is the famous solipsist. It in fact refers to an individual who is introduced to us as Phineas.
Mm-hmm.
In 2000 BBY, Phineas stole the holocron of Darth Dreadwar. It says the teachings in it preyed on his detached, distorted ruminations and repressed his narcissism. Some interesting facts about Phineas: he was a Jedi.
Yes, he was.
Yes.
As he attempted to live
Lost or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes, as he attempted to live a double life, he found it harder to hold his thoughts back, and soon enough, he had to be censured by the council, who suspected that something was wrong with him. Though they offered their help, his enemy had already set in, and he departed thereafter to be regarded as the Lost, a Jedi Master who'd voluntarily left the Order and served as a reminder of their limitations. Would Dooku also be counted amongst the Lost? The
He
Lost
is.
20? Yeah.
Yeah, he is the 20th member.
Okay. This, I think, like Phineas would probably be like the first, right? Like
He
this
is
is when
the
they started
first, yeah.
keeping track. Yeah.
And then yeah, so there, you know, there's busts of each one in the archives and stuff, and Dooku has one, so he is the 20th. And then I remember in the Revenge of the Sith novel, when Anakin goes into the archives and he's like, during Order 66, he's like, oh well, I'm like the lost 21st or something, you know. But
have they ever explained how
Yeah.
they like when they started counting the 20? Because I feel like,
Well, it would be now, basically, right?
Well,
Because
but
it was
like why?
usually the thing is because they had to be like Jedi masters, like. But then again, it's like Tulek Hord and like Karnish Mur were Jedi masters. They were instructors, so it's like
Aaron K.
yeah,
Yeah.
but I think
She was kicked out.
I think the Jedi underwent a radical reformation,
yeah,
even after the events of Tales of the Jedi, because you already get like Gunhan Suresh in that, when I talked about Shadows and Light earlier, like he's very, very militant, and Shayla Nur and Duran Keldroma are lovers, and he's like, this goes against like the Jedi code, so he's much more of a Puritan in terms
Yeah.
of like,
You know-
you start to see that whole like Jedi cannot marry element come into the and I think that's as a result of the Sith War, right? They're like, we really need
You know
to
who
like,
led the
tighten up.
spearhead on that? You know who
Who?
led the charge on that? Atris.
yeah.
She was the one who pushed that.
It makes sense.
Following the Sith War.
According to the Jedi librarian Chakasanu, yeah. So and then like the Jedi Order is like reduced to almost nothingness.
Yeah.
Until Mitra Surik's lost Jedi reform it, right? So I think it undergoes a radical reformation at this point, and so it makes sense to me how they wouldn't really count the Jedi of the past, right? Because
That's fair.
in their mind, it's like, well, we're like a purer type of Jedi, right?
Yeah.
Like we've evolved. It's like actually a bad example, but I was gonna say like United Nations, right? I think there was like a
League of Nations.
League of Nations, right? Nobody ever talks about League of Nations, right? United Nations is like they envision themselves as a better version of the League of Nations, right?
Okay,
So-
I like that. Never mind. Yeah, I like that.
So Fannius, who later renames himself as Darth Ruin, vowed to make the Jedi pay for having rejected the truth. He's an Umbaran, by the way, peeling away 50 of his erstwhile peers. So he takes 50 acolytes. He went forth to unite the surviving clans and sects of Vitiate's fallen empires. I like that, how he like kind of probably goes around and like collects like the remnants of the SWTOR empire.
Mm-hmm.
By now, Sith bloodlines have become so diluted as to be indistinguishable from 10th degree humans, but few remembered or cared any longer about such things. So Sith, the species at this point, no longer exists, essentially.
Yeah.
They've intermixed so much with humans, so the Urethros are gone.
That's brutal.
They live on.
They live on.
I was thinking they live on in urethras. They live on in humans. They live on in basically they've intermixed so much so that they no longer.
That's fair.
It sounds like, I don't know, whatever. It's a word.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, they
I
is the unplugged. This is like the unplugged Superlit stream, right? Like this is Ken's not here to keep us in check, so
Yeah.
Ken's the Paw Patrol of.
he's our moral compass.
He's keeping us on track, and we're
And
out here.
again, this just also like the extinction of these species also just goes to show again just how far back that was, like for us and in the history, you know. And that again, we talked about this at the towards the end of last stream, in the metatextual sense, where like these ancient histories that the Star Wars universe has forgotten, that we are also forgetting as history continues that we're reading.
That's right. Yeah.
You know? So it's like we're like, oh yeah, the Erithros and the Sithor and the Sith species, and they're all gone now. We've gone through their eras, we've gone through their golden ages, we've seen them rise and fall, and it's just crazy to think that we've literally taken a trip through history and through the unknown parts of history that we previously didn't know. So it's so cool to actually see these entire civilizations and empires and species like be brought into the universe and then taken out of it. You know,
It's awesome.
it's crazy. And
It's
then
sad in a way too. It's like
Yeah.
melancholic, right?
because I miss reading like the days of Telatony and Splendid App and their you know
Long
machinations.
gone, my friend. Long gone.
Yeah.
So long gone.
Like as I said before, like before the stream started, I was reading like the birth of like Typhogem and his siblings, and I'm like, wow, this is ages ago, you know. Like I miss reading Telatony, and I miss the way they spoke. Like they spoke in such like a high royalty kind of way. Not like a royalty kind of way, but like a high English, you know, like
Yeah.
and now it's
Shakespeare.
speaking- yeah, now it's speaking riddles and like, oh dearest sister, they would say to Telatony, you know, and I love
It
that.
feels so different. It's so different. Like, oh, we were talking about like Telatony. It's like, oh, and now we're talking about Visas and soon Darth
Yeah.
Bane and like all these other characters who like I can talk to in the
Yeah.
game, or like, and I can hear their dialogue in a movie or whatever. Like it's crazy. It's wild. Can't believe it.
No, we're talking about Revan, which is like one of the figureheads of the entire expanded universe, you know?
I know. Yeah.
Like
I can hear him go, what?
Yeah. Even in casual circles of fans, like everyone knows who Revan is, you know? But a lot of people will never know Telatony and Splendid App and Cold Dandelion and Horlus. And, you know, for us, they're just common names. It's just crazy. Oh, and then there's that.
And this
Away with
Revan right here.
You-
Okay, fine.
You put that up as
You
soon
are
as
not a
Alex
cat.
joined. As soon as Alex popped in here, you brought up this Cathar image of Keanu.
This ain't meowing at me.
There is literally a video on YouTube of Alex in like cat ears with like a cat tail. Hello, Alex. Good to see you, my friend.
No, there is
So-
not.
Yes,
Darth
there is. So
Revan.
Alex is Darth Revan. Splendid app can always be found in the App Store. That's right. That's where he went. Instead of the unseen realm, he went to the App Store.
He went to the App Store.
This is sort of an aside, but I'll make it quick. You know what's crazy to think about? The Apeiron universe.
Yeah.
That's where all the failed playthroughs of games go, right?
That makes me sad.
That's the
oh
that's
God,
the
don't
canon
mention
ending.
that. Sorry. Well, it's already out there. No one will ever find it. Don't worry.
I was actually thinking about the Apeiron universe the other day, because I was watching like a big compilation of the cutscenes from Force Unleashed, and like the dark side endings and everything that aren't like that didn't actually happen, like where he kills Darth Vader. But like he kills Darth Vader and he becomes like Lord Starkiller with the cool armor, and Luke turns to the dark side, and that, so like those all exist within the Apeiron universe.
That's right.
It's so cool.
For the record, the Red X has to just be some guy. Like I've tried to do the math. It just doesn't make. I can't imagine him being Jason Todd, which would be the only like satisfying answer because you don't really meet anybody
I
else.
love the old Teen Titans show.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Anyway,
I'm gonna throw up some text and we can explore it. It's about Darth Ruin, Phineas, and
There's
Umbaran.
pictures of him too.
Yeah, I will throw up a picture of him later on, but it's a little small. But if you blow up the window, you'll see that. So Darth Ruin says, "I am the original founder of the Sith Order." That's he's kind of like grown in his hubris, but also like it says that he came to Pacia in search of weapons and artifacts. So like trying to like draw from that Cello Morn narrative later that we just talked about. But Ruin also says that so it wouldn't be until after exploring Force-soaked Tund and attempting and failing to penetrate Mortis, he tried to break into like the Mortis pyramid. He became convinced that his mind presented the only actual reality. So much like Lord Daemon, and this is why we call this chapter Solipsistic Sith.
So
the galaxy. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. So he says that he is the original founder of the Sith. So isn't there in some sort of book where they say that the Sith were founded like 1,000 years ago or something?
Yeah, it's the Phantom Menace novelization.
That's what I figured.
By Terry Brooks.
Well, this is probably where that comes from.
Yeah, this is what fixes that reference, right? He
So
says
Darth
now.
Ruin,
so much.
Yeah. Darth
Ruin.
Ruin genuinely believed like that he had founded the Sith when he did.
Yeah. He says, I, Ruin, am master of the universe. There is nothing, only me. Right? Yeah. He became convinced that his mind presented the only actual reality. The rule of me. I love that.
It's so self-centered. Like what?
We've got so many Megatrons in this last chapter. We got like so many Megatron-esque characters, like the rule of me.
Honestly, I think he might be like worse in this than Daemon was.
Okay, listen to this paragraph that I highlighted. By virtue of his actually, one of you read this.
I can read it.
Okay, go. By virtue
of his raveled psychosis, Darth Ruin had powers that had only been seen before in the Ankath of old. 50 Sith Lords attacked him only to be summarily disintegrated with a gaze. His final undoing would come from the quick thinking of his young Zeltron squire, Erraticus, who challenged the madman's god complex and tricked him into erasing himself from existence.
Isn't that wild? Okay, first of all,
so cool.
I have a question for Al. How many Scandits could Darth Ruin disintegrate with the gaze?
Wow.
These are numbers not recorded in human minds. These are numbers we're dealing.
Only Splendid app could calculate.
Only Splendid app could even conceive of the number of Scandits he could erase with his mind.
Wow.
I want to see that. By the way.
But that's insane. So Darth Ruin has to be one of the most powerful Sith Lords on record.
Yeah. Let's find a picture of him now.
He became so powerful, he erased himself from existence.
He erased himself from existence.
Ironic. Well, actually, before I find a picture, let's just read the last parts that I highlighted. So the screeds of sin, that's source of sin, were abandoned in the frenzy of iconoclasm that placed Ruin's deranged ramblings as the defining code of the new Sith. So that's probably what we get with through strength I gain whatever passion. Blah, 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 my chains are broken. That's I think that's like the traditional Sith code is in the Banite era.
Yeah.
With the decline of the truth, Ruin came to be remembered as the Sith's ultimate apotheotic founder and conflated with legends of Zendor, whose ancient spirit had been raised by the necromancies of Darth Eradicus, a decision he soon regretted when the Dark Underlord made him his inferior. Both were brought to their end by the Jedi. So yeah, I mean, that explains why, that we have this Phantom Menace thing where the Sith were created 2,000 years ago, so to speak, right?
And also, quick thing that I looked over this. All right, so with the decline of truth, Ruin came to be remembered as the Sith's ultimate apotheotic founder and conflated with the legends of Zendor, whose ancient spirit had been raised by the necromancies of Darth Eradicus. And we talked about this when we talked about Zendor.
That's right.
There's Darth Ruin right there. That he was actually the Dark Underlord, and a decision he soon regretted when the Dark Underlord made him his inferior. So we know that Darth Eradicus, who was Ruin's squire, raised him back from the dead.
Yeah.
So it's cool to see how that came full circle.
So Darth Sidious says in the TPM novelization, Sidious recalls the Sith that come to being almost 2,000 years ago. I mean, like, that is true from a certain point of view.
Yeah.
So this is Darth Ruin. He ruins the Sith lineage by restarting the clock.
The rule of me.
The rule of me.
What a weirdo. My God.
Guru tier
right.
character. I'm just
But
saying.
I think it's so funny how he literally destroys himself. Like he's tricked into it and he just like dies. Like that's insane.
I think it's brilliant.
Really
It's like an imp that gets summoned and you have to like out riddle him.
Yeah.
He's Mexia Spetlek from Superman comics.
You mean Mixelpidalic?
I've always wondered how to say that.
It's Mixelpidalic.
It's according to Superman the Animated Series, the one true source of information. It's Mexia Spetlek.
That sounds like a dish that I would make in Eastern Europe. Okay, that doesn't sound like
delicious.
Okay,
but it reminds me of how you just convince Darth Sion to let go of his hate and he just dies. So it's just like you convince this guy that he's in like you convince him of like his own like god complex and trick him into just killing himself. Like
it's brilliant.
That's so crazy. That is not the end that I expected from Darth Ruin. Like I figured, he's gonna go out fighting some Jedi master and he just kills himself.
Why don't you just kill yourself, Darth Ruin? Don't make me do it.
Don't make me do it.
You think I won't?
You think I won't?
Somebody literally said, "You won't do it. You won't do it," and then he just explodes. He just evaporates.
I wonder what he said to him though to make him like actually do it.
He is a sophomore in high school. Yeah, you won't do it.
I won't.
It's probably like, you're all powerful. I bet you're not powerful enough to kill yourself.
And come back, and he's like, "All right, bet." And then,
all right, bet.
That's what he said.
So Alex says MMA, Marcel, Maxine, Al. I just want to bring up the fact that all the Superlit crew is like Marcel, Max, MM, and then there's Al, Alex, AA, and then there's Brennan and Ken, who's Ben. So it's BB. So it's
MMAABB.
Yeah, Mab, the Fairy Queen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
in Anduin, there you go. There's a Supernatural Encounters reference.
So,
okay, sorry.
Famous last words of Darth Ruin must have been, "All right, bet," and then he blew up. They probably said to him, "No balls, you won't," and he said, "All right, bet," and then just blew up.
What do you think about this footnote? I will throw it up here so that we can all read it. I'm going to throw it actually up in the comments. It's footnote 217.
Can I read it?
Yeah, read it out. I'll throw it up in the comments so that people can read it too.
Though disdained by his contemporaries, the philosophy of Darth Ruin was considered the truth by Lord Damon, who in his own praise of solipsism came to believe he came up with it himself.
Wow. What a great character.
Only Damon.
Alex says, I want that to be canon. No balls, you won't.
That's totally what they said to him. They said, "No balls, you won't." He said, "All right, bet."
Literally.
He says it's canonical that he says, "All right, bet."
Yes.
And then just
and
warps
just
himself out of existence.
He just makes this fart noise and just floats out out of existence. Yeah.
He's like that meme where that kid's standing and he does like the peace sign and he just disappears.
Disappears. Oh my god, I'm gonna make that.
I want the Jedi
Darth
to find out
Ruin
about that,
killing
like,
himself.
That's all it took to get rid of him.
It's like, damn, we put together this army of force wielders.
We killed 7 billion people for Jim to just kill himself.
We sacrificed so many Scandits.
Oh my god!
No, not the standards. Only for him to just say, "All right, bet," and delete himself.
All right, that is the canonical thing that he said before he died.
Oh no!
I feel like...
Oh no! He's the worst character ever.
Darth Ruin.
That's if Monty. This is if Monty Python made a Star Wars movie. The ending is they go up to the Sith Lord and say, "You're not going to just kill yourself." Yo, you think I won't? No, I love killing myself. Oh, you did it.
And I feel like the other like past Sith Lords, like in the afterlife, definitely whacked him up the side of the head, like, "You idiot! Like, what the hell?" Oh
Freedon Nad just slammed his head into the table. Like, "You did what?" And then talk.
I'm gonna make a meme where it's gonna be like that guy with like the vest, the sweater vest or whatever, and he's like standing with his arms akimbo, looking disappointed. It's like Freedon Nad in the afterlife watching Darth Ruin kill himself.
Can you imagine what Kreia would say to seeing Darth Ruin just kill himself on a bet?
All right, wait. So, have you ever seen the video? It's like a collective movie theater of people just going like this, and that's every Sith Lord when Darth Ruin just killed himself. He just
canon. All right,
we need so many. We need
Final
like
words.
We need like a meme compilation of Sith Lords reacting.
Circa 2000 BBY. Okay. So now we get into the new Sith Wars in the last couple pages that we're going to be talking about tonight. It says, amongst the most well-known of the new Sith was Zoya Rell. The Empress Dowager ruled her feudal dynasty as the de facto monarch behind the throne of her mentally enslaved son, Joff. It's not like Joffrey. I don't know. Anyways,
like
following her reign came Darth Riven, a longeval Zelosian Dark Lord of considerable power who followed the creed of Ruin. And Riven is supposed to be like a corruption of Revan, right? Like he misread his name or something like that. He tried to name himself for Revan.
He's Revan from Ollie's.
Yeah, he's Revan from Wish.com. His sovereignty was contested by his rival Belia Darzu, who rejected the Darth cult as a form of madness and usurped his rule. So the interesting thing about Riven, I think we also have some art from. He's a plant person, Zelosian.
Is he a plant person?
Well, like
a new
plant humanoid, I believe.
So he's more like Prince Yggdrasil from that one episode of Superlit.
Yeah.
Oh, I think here's Riven. It's kind of small, but do you see his like green eyes?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I am the king. Any king
he looks
is no king.
He looks more like Swamp Thing, but
Darth Revan at home.
We have Darth Revan at home. It's Darth Riven. But the interesting thing about him is he time travels.
Oh.
Yeah.
If someone can read the paragraph, it says when Riven achieved. Al, why don't you do it?
Sure.
Yeah.
When Riven achieved possession of a strange and powerful artifact in the Kularin system that had long haunted his dreams, the mysterious and deadly dark staff of Ragath. He used it to summon a force storm to destroy his rivals and rule uncontested. But the dark staff betrayed Riven, opening a dimension, rending a portal that drained him of the Force and deposited him on Rusan a century later.
Isn't that crazy? Sorry.
That's
continue.
Wild.
Yeah.
with him came his second apprentice, Arakad, a Cephalli warrior known as the Lord of the Foliage of Saint Ivan Floor. These Star Wars names, guys. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Arakad had been bonded to Riven by a ritual that prevented him from straying too far from him. Taking advantage of this turn of events, Arakad slew his stricken master and walked off happy for the first time in years.
Rip.
God, these
you know what's funny about this is that they end up in the middle of the new Sith Wars, right? With like Lord Khan and stuff like that, and he just gets slain instantly.
Dies.
Like a jobber. But what's really funny about Darth Riven is this concept of a force storm propelling him into the future. It's like, what if like Dark Empire, Sidious, because he summons Luke to Biss in a force storm. Luke just ends up in another era completely, and Sidious is like,
shoot him forward.
He does a Samurai Jack. He just deposits him in flung him into the future where my evil is law.
Buck Rogers or something like that. Luke goes like 500 years into the future.
Oh shoot!
Sick.
Leia.
There's this interesting footnote here. The Cosmic Wars caused a schism amongst the Sylph, with those from Saint Evan Floor staying true to the way of the Celestials, while those from Sylvia 4 became renowned warriors and martial artists. The latter were stalwart heroes until the disaster of Arakad, where the entire Sylph contingent of the Azul Brigade died from exposure due to Republic military incompetence. The event so radicalized the Sylph that even the reigning Lord of the Foliage forswore pacifism and adopted the name of Darth Arakad as a symbol of his people's vengeance, which is funny. So it's like, I assume this happens afterwards, right? Or no, maybe it happens before, and that's why he's his apprentice, because he forswears pacifism and becomes warlike. But
the Cosmic Wars, now that's a term I've not heard in a long time.
A long, long time. Here, I'm going to pull up a picture of the Sylph from Wikipedia, because they're basically like, kind of like elf people.
I recognize seeing the name.
Whoa. Pretty.
Is that from West End Games? That looks like it's got to be. There's no shot.
They show up in La Veuve Noire, Avalon 2, and Casus Belli issue 95. So they're and that's why like Saint Evan Floor sounds like or Saint Evan Floor sounds like a it's like a French name, right? But like it's what's interesting about this is that there's so much lore in these Casus Belli articles, and they're all in French. It's just, I hope that they're one day all of them translated to English so that we can read them. So after this, the Republic takes back several worlds, including Dathomir. Then there's a rogue Jedi Knight that was exiled named Alia, who tamed the feral Rancors and united the tribes under her. So that's the good Dathomir tribes, not the Night Sisters.
Awesome. That's sick.
She enslaved the males. Oh, wait, never mind, actually. It's the bad. No, it's the bad one. After an attempted overthrow by the men of several former tribes who would not accept a female ruler, she enslaved the males and forged the famed Witches of Dathomir. It was the bad one, not the good one.
Oh, well, rip.
False alarm. I think maybe the good one was the Jedi that were there from the SWTOR. I don't know. I have to look at my Dathomir lore. Yeah.
Yeah.
It says on footnote 219, Alia's Book of Shadows conflates the Celestials with the Lords of the Galaxy, deeming the latter as elder gods, and not common mistake made by several. And then in the last part on page 846, we get a retelling of and a lead up to Path of Destruction, right?
My favorite book in the entire expanded universe.
Really?
Mostly because it got me started into the expanded universe. So
it's really good. I just don't like.
So good.
Drew Karpyshyn, I think he should have stuck very close to Jedi vs. Sith by Darko Makan, and I really love Jedi vs. Sith. And he does. He like takes like dialogue out of the comic and puts it into the book and stuff like that. But then like Githany's death is different, and there's like a couple other things that are different. I'm just like, why the differences? I don't know. I would just adhere very closely to the lore. I wouldn't like try and take my own spin on it, but I guess that's his prerogative. Alex says, gonna head to bed. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for joining in. Amazing.
Can't really tell.
But,
Path of Destruction is Drew Karpyshyn's peak writing without the retcons of Revan. Yeah, well, yeah.
The what is it? Like that whole book, that's like in Bane's story is literally the antithesis of like Luke Skywalker. Like
I know. It's
the
an
dark
anti-Luke.
Skywalker. So
It's such an easy read. Corey says the Sylph are from conflicting French RPGs. Yes, Avalon treats them as aggressive warriors. So this footnote reconciles the two. That's excellent. I love that.
That is fascinating.
Supernatural encounters is the just bringing salvation to the expanded universe.
yeah.
Especially the weird bad parts of it, like weird French magazines.
Yeah,
no
they
one's ever
did.
heard of. I love that.
It wasn't that bad of a retcon, Frankie, in my opinion, but like they did change some things. Yes, thank you, Alex, for that really, really nice comment. The interesting thing about this part, Skier Khan, did we know his first name? I think we did, but anyways,
Yes.
Lord Khan. But it says that the Darth title was held thereafter to be taboo.
Yeah.
And so that's why they call themselves Lords, because Darth was like a bad luck charm to them.
That's
Even the Sith despaired because the Order was in such a state of disrepair, branding what they called the War of the Fittest as the Curse of Calydon. I thought the Calydon Reckoning was like Tulak Horde going out into the galaxy and like killing a bunch of people.
But I mean, all of them died. You know, if you think about it, they all just died eventually. They all they came back and they got murked.
Calydon, according to Wikipedia, served as the headquarters of the Fellowship of Kuru. Interesting. Around the time of the Revanite crisis, what? Oh, it's from Shadows of Revan. I love how the Fellowship of Kuru was a religion based on the planet of Calydon, and it sounds like Waru, right? So it makes sense. It works. Yeah. The planet Calydon, seat of the sect, was also linked to the new Sith Wars, a conflict sometimes referred to as the Curse of Calydon. Okay. So that's where it comes from. Frankie says, I like how the origin story is very anti-Luke, this being the Path of Destruction story, as well as leaving the familiar life, kind of like the inverse hero's journey. Yeah, I like that book just draws you in right from the start. I don't like I really like Drew Karpyshyn. I think he's like his writing isn't like, his prose isn't like mellifluous, but it's really, really easy to read. I really love how like it just starts off with this like high stakes Pazak tournament.
Yeah.
It was that is what got me hooked on the expanded universe. Was that
Right.
scene in it was the card game. I was so invested in it. I was like, this
Pure
isn't a fight,
Pazak.
it's literally, it's so cool. I loved it.
Mine was Darth Plagueis. That was because
Darth
I
Plagueis,
love-
that's fair.
I just love I call it him like his style, like he's got a malevolent elegance about him.
He does, yeah. He's a moon of his word.
Yeah, and I love his style and his just his nature. I love it so much, and he's my boy. He's my moon boy, and I lost a job
I
for
also love
action figure of him. So
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So perhaps we can read the last three paragraphs. Who wants to take the first one? I can do it. Actually, I can do the first because I was already reading it before, and then
Read the final one.
sure, Al can read the middle one. So was the Brotherhood of Darkness. So the third last paragraph. The umpteenth collapse into civil war left the Order in such a state of disrepair that even the Sith despaired, branding what they called the War of the Fittest and the Curse of the Calydon, and the Darth title was held thereafter to be taboo. In a rare moment of self-reflection, the Sith began to see the errors of their creed they had so blindly embraced, even while remaining enslaved to its sublunary greed. A heretical philosophy of egalitarianism proposed by the fallen Jedi Skier Khan was now accepted as the panacea that would save them from total dissolution. I didn't realize he was a fallen Jedi. That's so
Yeah.
cool.
That's
Him
awesome.
and Lord
That makes
Hoth
sense.
used to be like friends.
Oh, sick.
Oh, that makes sense.
I love
Okay, second paragraph. Go for it, Al.
So was the Brotherhood of Darkness forged. 10 years later, at the Battle of Rusan, the Brotherhood of Darkness was undone by the machinations of Darth Bane. Bane saw the doctrine of equality as antithetical to the archetypal Sith's philosophy of hierarchy and dominance, which he'd studied in the verboten pre-ruin manuscripts of the Sith archives. He tricked Lord Khan and the Brotherhood into annihilating themselves by saying you wouldn't do it, with a ritual called the Thought Bomb, which had been developed by Darth Vitiate as a power akin to the Rak Frum, and would wipe out all Force-sensitive adversaries within the bomb's radius.
Starting with him and Darth Zana, Bane's iteration of the new Sith would operate in the shadows under the newly inaugurated Rule of Two, which he had derived in a bizarre but logical extrapolation for the diarchies of Revan and his copycat, Riven. This philosophy would be undone 1,000 years later by Emperor Palpatine, who claimed it had served his purpose in bringing him to supreme power. With the death of Darth Sidious and the sacrifice of Darth Vader, Bane's lineage was ultimately defeated.
And that ends chapter 78. But we have some comments still.
That's right.
Frankie says, Karpyshyn, Stackpole, and Jew Watson are easiest to read for me. I love Michael Stackpole. He's a top 3 author for me. And meeting him in person, just one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He signed 8 of my books and did not even care. Yeah, he was just such a great guy. For me, what grabbed me was the super visceral and brutal fight scene. Yeah, that too, for sure. He has that. Who was the Blade Master?
Kasim.
Kasim. Yeah, that he fights.
That was a
And
great.
then, oh god, I keep forgetting who is the Zabrak, his rival at the academy.
What was his name?
I know exactly what you're talking about. I
Yeah.
remember all the fights he's in, but I
Yeah.
don't know who his name is.
Here, Path of Destruction. Let's look it up. 'Cause-
And I remember they kill him in the archives. Him and Githany kind of team up, and then
That's right.
they got into the first fight. Him and Bane got into. Bane got his ass kicked.
Yeah,
That's right.
Brutal. And I remember reading it and going, damn, every time.
Sirac.
There it is.
Yes, you're right.
Oh, he was a jerk too.
He was.
He had his cronies with him too, and I was like, damn, he's like Draco.
Yeah, he was your typical bully.
Yeah.
Frankie says he does boxing in real life, and he always appreciates accurate hand-to-hand fight scenes in Star Wars novels. Yeah, I mean, R.A. SWTOR it has pretty accurate sword fighting scenes and stuff in his Drizzt books, Forgotten Realms, and I haven't read his episode 2 novelization, but I hear people really like it. So,
Steve Perry, right? Isn't he like a martial artist too? And he
a lot of those old Expanded Universe authors had some martial arts background to them, right? Like Lucino, I think Stover.
The guy who wrote the Galaxy of Fear, I'm pretty sure he had a big thing.
Jonathan Whitman.
Yeah, he had a big, he was a black belt or something crazy. He had his own school.
Someone said,
oh, very cool.
There was,
Harry says that.
I forgot what it was, but it was Zazene who did it was Zazene who did an interview with somebody about martial arts and the authors, and someone said that James Luceno was and I think it was Matthew Stover who said that he's the one person you should never get into a ring with is James Luceno. And I forgot, but he said it. It was really funny.
I've seen that quote going around.
Yeah, it was really funny. I know Zazane posted the interview of it, and it was so funny because the way it was said, it's the one person he would fear getting into the ring with is James Luceno.
Can we just take a moment to reflect on how wonderful of a person James Luceno is?
Yeah, he's a Chad.
I hope that he allows himself to be interviewed, because like I just feel like he has so much to say, and I would love to see Stevie interview James Luceno 3 hours, just like, please.
Doing with the Darth Plagueis thing, right?
Oh man, yeah. Because Stevie got like a couple of his books signed, I think, by James Luceno, and so I would just love to see that interview. I would give up some part of my collection to see that interview. So Frankie says Ari Salvatore's fight between Obi-Wan and Jango was cool. Yeah, I got to read that. And then Harry says Steve Perry also based Teres Kasi on real martial art he was practicing. Frankie says there's a Star Wars writer who does Silat, and it's cool because I'm Indonesian. That is so cool, man.
That's awesome.
Whitman does have a martial arts school, according to Kyle. There you go.
I knew I remembered that from somewhere.
There you go.
That's awesome.
So
that's sick.
And then Brennan says Steve Perry is goated for that. So we spent 4 hours and 15 minutes speaking about one chapter, 14 pages.
Wow.
To be fair, this is by far and away the most controversial chapter in this whole book. I don't think it's even a question, right? Yeah.
There is a lot of controversy.
But I feel like we cleared it up and we settled on a good spot.
I'm
feel
still a little
content with it. I've made my peace with it, and I accept it now.
Me too.
I'm okay with it. I still am not fully on board completely 100% with the Mitra Surik thing, but you guys have swayed me enough that I'm like, all right, I'll take it.
That's another reason why I'm thankful for this book club, is because we help each other make sense of it more and understand it more, and then we get on board with it, and I like that. So
agreed.
It's good stuff.
Well, because you can tell, like, a lot of thought went into this book, right? Like, a ton of thought went into this book, like more thought than probably any other book in the expanded universe went into this book.
Yeah.
And it was, it was a, like, it takes a community kind of thing. It takes a village, but like Joe is just a lore master.
Oh yes.
And I think, like, to his credit, right? Like, there's just so much thought that went into this. So it's amazing to see it all. It's amazing to talk about it. I feel privileged to have read this book. We're not done yet. We still have like 100-ish pages to go if you include the appendices, which we're also going to be covering in this book club. We have some comments here before we end tonight. So Brennan says that Greyholm was telling him that one time he appreciates when the author used real martial arts. Yes, for sure. Brennan likes your blanket cloak, Max.
Thank you. It's actually Luke Skywalker's cloak.
That's
from
very cool.
Jedi. So,
like Dooku's cloak, he says.
Yeah. And then he said Bastila.
There's Bastila. That's right. Harry says, by comparison, the next chapter's first section is going to be so much fun for me. Wow. Yeah, I mean,
find out.
You've alluded to it a couple times, so I'm just interested because I haven't read it at all yet. So I guess we'll see what it holds. Any final thoughts before we end tonight? Because we're wrapping up.
I have a big one, so
yeah.
Let you guys go first.
I really enjoy this chapter overall. The retcons were not as frustrating to me as some of the others that I've actually read prior to this point. So, which maybe I've had just a few months to get to kind of sit with them and think about them. But I'm okay with them. I think that we've rationalized them in a way that makes sense and is satisfying to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I love Tales of the Jedi. It's, in my opinion, the best that the expanded universe has to offer. And Tales of the Jedi Redemption is amazing, but also like all of it, really. And so if anyone listening to this stream has not read the Tales of the Jedi comics by Tom Veitch and Kevin J. Anderson, drawn by people like Chris Gossett and Dario Carrasco Jr., please, please, please do yourself a favor and read the Tales of the Jedi comics, because they don't necessarily always look like Star Wars, but they do, and they feel like Star Wars, and they are Star Wars, and they are Star Wars done in a completely different way that is true to George's vision, and I think really offers some of the best that the expanded universe has to offer.
100%. Should I give my thoughts now?
Please.
Okay. So this chapter is jam-packed with so much stuff. And then I had my issues with some of the things, but, you know, talking about it, like, really, like, makes it so much better. And, like, discussing it and sharing ideas and then, like, settling on something is so great. And then, like getting on the same page with everyone, you're like, okay, so this makes sense. And then we, you know, and that's so good about this book club. And then there's just so many, like, awesome things. So many awesome things we covered, and so many cool Sith Lords. Like, this was like the
Tales of the Sith.
Yeah, it was Tales of the Sith, like from the Tales of the Jedi era all the way to the Rule of Two. It's so cool. And we, like, so many other Sith that we, like, are rather, like, obscure, like Darth Phobos and Darth Desolus we talked about and stuff. And we got just so much more extra, like, stuff surrounding different eras and just extra awesome little bits of lore. And then obviously the really funny lore of Darth Ruin and his famous last words. All right, bet. So many great things. So many great things in this chapter. And it's just crazy that we talked about it for 4 hours.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And it's just crazy to see how far we've come from the age of the Celestials and gods to the realm of mortals, you know.
And Hagun shooting Ula Keldroma.
Yeah.
Before we get to Al's final thoughts, I just want to shout out some more comments. Christian, good to see you, man. Reread Tales of Jedi, you will not regret it. And Frankie says, you guys are all really cool people. I'm actually, like, this is what he said. I'm not just, like, making this up. I'm glad I'm able to tune in, even though I'm not the most well-versed EU fan. You know what? Like,
Neither am I.
Right here, though. Like, you do not need to be the most well-versed EU fan to appreciate supernatural encounters. What you do need is access to Wikipedia, probably, but also, like, I would say an open mind, and also just like that, number one, and also just willingness to engage with the text. And I'm sure you will find something that appeals to you. Kyle says, great stream. Cheers, everyone. So let's hear. Al, was a fun stream. See you later. Al, what are your thoughts?
Yeah.
So I'll try to make this quick because everybody, it's getting late. I have this setting on my phone where every time I tap it, it changes to a different background. So there we go.
Well, how do I do that?
Yeah. So
Show me
I'll show you where we get. Yeah. That I went from Luke Skywalker to Visas. I wanted to go through a couple more, but that's fine. That's how important this character is to me. Put everything else in the chapter aside. All that it doesn't, like, it's over there. Joe gave me one of the things I wanted the most. One of the four most important things I needed before I could be happy with how the expanded universe ended.
Okay.
Like, it sounds dumb, but, like, this is.
That's how I feel about the Exiles. So yeah, I get how you feel.
That's
This character,
how I felt with
means
Angela.
so much to me. And she and the other KOTOR characters, KOTOR 2, I should say, were just swept aside. And it's always bugged me. And she finally got a proper send-off. She got to be a hero, and that means so much to me. And you know, there's stuff with Rev and all that. We worked through it, so I'm fine with it now. Yeah. But like, if it was just those, like, 3 or 4 paragraphs, that's all I need. That's all I needed from Supernatural Encounters. That's all I needed from anything published after 2014. Yeah. And thank you so much. It means so much to me.
I feel like every one of us have gotten something that we wanted out of this book. You know, you got your stuff with the Exiles. I got more Abeloth stuff. Al got his closure with Visas Mare. So
Ken got his Predators and Aliens.
yeah, he
link.
did. That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
So we all got like something we wanted.
Brennan wants to know what your witchery is all about.
Yeah,
Changing your
I'd like to know that
screensavers.
too.
Great shirt. Yeah, maybe next time I'll wear my Czech Baka shirt. All
Awesome.
right. Well,
We'll wear a Jacob shirt next time.
with all that being said, we are going to now end this stream. We're going to get our chewbies out of here, and we'll see you next. Well, not next week, but 2 weeks from now.
Yep.
We'll be talking about chapters 79 to 81 as we veer towards the end of Supernatural Encounters, the trial and transformation of Arhul Hextrophon. Until next time, Chapa Chowa.
See you guys.
Bye bye.